It's a Monday morning. Welcome back. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Hey, you're extra saucy this morning.
Yeah.
Double collared and hands are moving. 46 degrees right now. Feels like 39 with the wind.
Great June morning.
Although we're getting back into June weather starting at like 11.
All right.
You got a high of 70 degrees. Going to be sunny all day long. The heat is on. Thank you. Wednesday, we will be diddling 90, depending on where you are. But we got all week to get into that. All right. Look, if you listen to this show, you are not mistaken thinking that we are manly men and Kimmy. We're the opposite of manly men and Kimmy, right? And I think we've come to terms with that. Yeah. But there are situations every once in a while where it's just like rubbed in our faces.
What happened?
Well, I was talking to Billy Kidd this morning, down on the country station.
Yeah.
And now he's like a man's man.
A big old country boy.
He is a big old country boy, big old country beard.
Got country hands.
And he's got that. He's got his country shirts.
Got a country truck full of dust and mud.
All of these things, and he's got
sadness. Every little scratch is a story in that car, that truck.
He's got like a camp, a ranch, like he's got property.
Yeah, he's got like an estate.
Spend some time in the woods.
Country estate, yeah.
I don't think he's got an estate.
Well, like a country estate.
What is that?
Country estate.
Well, there's a lot of outdoor stuff.
Okay. It's new, Kimmy. It's a newer place that he's like setting up, right?
Right.
So I go, how was your weekend? He goes, oh, man, I'm hurting. I had to move a cord of wood.
Oh, wow.
And I go, oh, that sucks.
A whole cord?
Whole cord of wood. He goes, yeah.
Ooh,
and he's telling me about moving all this wood and all this stuff. And I'm just going, yeah, the whole time.
Yep.
You know how much a cord of wood is?
No.
Kimmy?
I have no idea. I've never heard that term before.
Neither do
I've heard the term.
Same
Yeah.
with you.
I don't know how much that is.
Yeah.
Nope.
Is that like a whole flatbed? Could you fill up a whole pickup truck with a cord?
Well, see, I'd love to tell you, but I was so ashamed that as a man, I didn't know what a cord of wood was.
Yeah.
That I was afraid to ask.
Okay.
So I just kind of went along with the story, nodding, trying to sound like a man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and he kept being like, right? And I'm like, yeah, no, I hear you.
That's a mess of wood right there.
That wood.
Got to wrap up those cords, too, which makes it tough because on account of all the cords, the loose cords there.
So he chopped up with an axe?
No, did not chop. Had to move cord of
Okay,
wood.
move it. Okay.
Yeah. But based on how he was talking about like his back hurting and his body hurting, I assume a cord.
It's like a lot.
It's a lot of wood.
Yeah, I would think you could fill up the back of a pickup.
Okay, Kimmy.
Yeah.
And this is it's shameful.
Okay, yeah.
Can you Google how much a cord of wood
I don't know
is?
why, but I was picturing like those bundles you get.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But then he was talking about how much he was hurting, so it couldn't
It's
just
got to
be
be a
that.
ton of it.
A ton
So
of
are we going to get a weight? Or are we going to get how many
Bro, I have no idea.
logs that is?
I don't know what a unit of measure cord is.
All right.
All right.
A cord of wood.
You know what we're going to get?
Yards.
Yards.
A unit of volume to measure stacked firewood, typically defined as 128 cubic feet. So it's
I have no idea.
It's a pretty, there's a picture of it. It's a pretty significant
It's a
stack
mess of
of
wood.
wood.
All right, but again, like 128 cubic feet, that doesn't do anything for me. I don't know the difference between a foot and a cubic
a
foot.
cord can be visualized as a stack of wood that is 4 feet high and 8 feet long and 4 feet deep.
Damn!
All right, that's a pile of wood.
Oh, a cord of wood.
Cord.
A cord of wood is what we're talking about now.
Yeah.
God, we are such bitches. Not only do we not handle cords of wood, right? There would be no need to handle a cord of wood. We couldn't even picture a cord. And we were even arguing what a cord of wood is as she was defining what a cord of wood was.
Yeah.
Like, there are some things that every man should know. And I feel like today I learned cord of wood. Whether or not you need to use a cord of wood or you're moving a cord of wood should be something every man knows.
Okay. But I've never had a need.
Yeah, but Pat built his own fire pit. He should know this.
Yeah, but I don't need a whole cord of wood. I don't
No, you
know.
don't.
Well, now you know you don't.
It lasts you a long time.
Yeah, like I think I've used like 5 bundles of wood the entire time I've had the fire pit in 5 years. I'm not kidding. Like if I buy one of those, like,
The ones out in front of like this grocery store?
Yeah, country bags, which is where I stop to get my propane and wood.
Yeah.
All like
But that's sissy wood.
Is it?
That's soft sissy wood.
Is that sissy wood?
Of course.
I think it's just wood.
Where's
It's already bundled up with a little handle on it for you.
Yeah, you're not chopping down your own tree.
I don't have a tree to chop down.
Yeah, but you ain't even moving it. You're just moving a little package of wood.
Well, am I supposed to get more wood that I need to look tough?
Yeah. More wood, the tougher you look.
No,
like if I see a guy pull up with a truck full of wood, I go, God damn. That's a lumberman right there.
No, I'm not arguing the more wood you have, the tougher you look. I'm just saying I got where's that wood
what do you
go?
need to
What
use
am I
it
gonna
for?
Yeah. What am I gonna do
You
with it?
got to keep it somewhere. You got to keep it dry, right?
You got to keep it in your shed
I don't
next to your tools.
I don't have tools. I got like a couple tools, but they're like loose tools. I don't have like a tool box.
All right.
Should I get tools?
Yeah, you should get
I'm
some
surprised
tools.
like you didn't inherit tools. Like
From who? My dad?
But even your dad had tools, whether or not he
my
used
dad
them.
was a tool. He did not have
Really?
tools.
I
No,
would
I mean,
think he would have them just because he felt like he had to have them.
okay, I remember now that I close my eyes and flash back to my
I
childhood.
think every dad had tools.
I do remember a red toolbox that it wasn't even metal; it was made out of like plastic.
Yeah.
but like it never had the tools you needed. It was like the like weird
Like
ass
mishmash
yeah
of tools.
But like none of the tools he had like functioned in a regular everyday basis.
I never had tools till I bought a house and I had a Sicilian father-in-law.
Okay.
Then he demanded that I have tools. And he would bring tools over to me that he thought I needed, whether they were from his set or he went out and got them.
No kidding.
Yeah, he would
Look
just
at
show
you.
up and
That's
stuff.
kind of nice.
But I didn't know how to. He had to also show me how to use them.
Which is very emasculating,
Oh, yeah.
right? You stand here, grown-ass man, while I show you what every man should know.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Talking to Billy Kidd down at the country station this morning, who was saying he's hurting because he had to move a cord of wood this weekend. He was telling me the story, very intriguing story. And he kept being like, yeah, right. And I kept nodding along because I was embarrassed to admit I didn't know how much a cord of wood was. And it turns out cord of wood, a lot of wood.
Yeah.
A lot of wood over there. And, like, it's one thing. Are you embarrassed when, like, people have to come over to fix things for you?
I used to be, but now it's nice.
Okay.
Like
Because after a
simple
while,
things-
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
I don't know what I'm doing. So it's just going to take me all day to get nowhere. So, yeah, I gave up on that manhood stuff.
Okay, because,
Like, is there a level of things that you're embarrassed by, like light bulb change? Like, you know
I
what
can
I mean?
change.
Like
well, no, actually, there's one really high light bulb I can't change. Bless
that's
you.
what I mean. Like, the more simple the task, the more embarrassing it is.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me put it this way. So we've got a toilet that wouldn't stop running like 2 weeks ago. And I tried to open it up and figure it out. And I did everything that I could. And it would not stop. And my wife's like, just call somebody. I'll be honest with you. All I was doing was like move my hand around in there to make my wife think that I was doing something.
Jiggling stuff around.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what you do in a toilet, right?
Yeah.
You jiggle it around, right? So finally my wife's like, I'm going to call somebody. So she calls a guy.
Yeah.
And he comes in the middle of the day. So I'm the only one home. Guy shows up. And I go, it's upstairs. He goes in there. And he comes down. I go, so what was wrong? He goes, nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Nothing was wrong with it.
What was running?
Yeah. So apparently, like
The chain got wrapped
the
up?
chain got wrapped up. But see, I undid the chain. He goes, yeah, you just have to line the flaps up with this thing.
Oh, you didn't line the flaps,
I did not line the flaps up. But like, I felt
That's toilet 101.
like not only did I feel like a monster bitch, because by the way, this guy is my age. It's not like you where you're like elderly.
Yeah.
Where like someone
Thank you.
comes over and it's like, hey, what choice did I have? Like he is me.
Yeah.
So then after he goes, yeah, man, no, it was. I go, what do I owe you? He goes, no, it doesn't.
Why didn't you
Oh,
charge
he didn't
you?
even charge.
Well, he
That's
charged
even
me for
more
the
embarrassing.
visit, but he
Yeah.
didn't charge me for like the labor,
Yeah.
which is very cool of him. So we're all wrapping up, and I give him my card and everything, and he goes, "Hey, are you on the radio?" I'm like, "God damn it!
Really?
No, that's another Patrick Duffy.
I could have been an anonymous pansy, but now like it's like pansy with Target on my face, big old Target face pansy.
But we have a fan.
No, he didn't say he liked us. He asked if we were on the radio.
Oh.
I'm only here trying to get directions to get away from here. So yeah, like it was like not only is nothing wrong, and he felt like so bad. Like, listen, little boy, I won't even charge you for what I did up there. I know who you are, the
So-
rare person.
I've done this thing now where I just get ahead of the next issue. So same thing. We had a toilet, had an issue with it. So the guy that like remodeled our house, I called him up and go, hey, got time? The toilet's not working right.
Okay.
He comes over, he looks at it, and he goes, my wife's not home. He goes, I could just swap this thing out for like $250.
Brand new
I go,
toilet.
Brand new toilet.
Oh.
I go, it's 10 years old. Yeah, swap it out. I want to mess with it for 10 years. I'll be dead. It's perfect.
This
I might
toilet-
actually die on the toilet. So like my wife comes home and I go, hey man, we got a new toilet. And she's like, why? I go, because it was only $250 and I don't have to mess with it again. Like it was like I thought it was like a genius move. She was pissed off that I spent the money, but I'm like, you got a brand new toilet.
How long is the toilet supposed to last?
I don't know.
10 year.
No, it's got to last longer than that.
Some people say your toilet shouldn't celebrate a birthday.
Like, I remember the house.
Every year you're buying a new toilet.
I don't think we ever replaced a toilet in a house I grew up in. That was 30 plus years.
Yeah, the only toilet we replaced in my house is the one that I shoved my brother in.
I was going to say, we
Played hide and go
replaced
seek.
toilet seats.
No, like
Not the actual toilet, though.
But now I got a brand new toilet, and I don't have to worry for like years.
okay, but hold on.
It's like
Kimmy,
the inside gets all nasty and everything.
Kimmy, when you were searching for like buying homes, you would walk into homes that had like those yellow toilets from like the 60s.
yeah, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
like there were like old toilets.
American
yeah, like,
standard.
that were
America parks their ass.
signs of the decade they
Yeah.
came from, for sure.
Like a
You're
new
right,
dumper is so nice, though.
No, why?
New seat, everything's nice.
You could just
Okay.
buy a new seat. Sorry, go
A
ahead.
well-maintained toilet can last 50 plus years.
Wow.
But most,
Not the new
but most
one.
homeowners replace them closer to 25, like, you know.
So I'm up on the
maintenance
game, bro.
and,
Did you just
model.
hear yourself? Not the new ones?
Yeah.
Not like the old American standard made where American parks his ass toilet.
The old John Crapper himself.
I mean, it's just porcelain. Like, it's not a complicated.
No, I don't know. I don't know how a toilet works.
Neither do I. I don't know.
I know the water goes here and the dump goes down here.
Talking about a quart of dumps.
Have you ever used somebody's toilet that's like too fancy? Like it's too advanced, like there's buttons on it. Like I don't want to press the wrong button here.
So I've been in a hotel. I told you where I accidentally bidetted myself.
Yeah.
I also don't like the warm toilet seat. That freaks me out. Like why would I want a warm toilet
No, it sounds
seat?
like somebody was just in there before
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it grosses me out.
No, I agree with all of that.
Somebody's sweaty ass was already on it.
Why?
Why do we need this? This is too much.
I mean, I agree with you there. Also, like, I don't know, man. Like, I just want to be a pansy in peace, right? Like, I just want
There's a club. Pansies and peace.
peaceful pansies. Because look, here's the thing. I know that we're not alone here,
Yeah.
right? I know there are lots of men in this boat, but they have the ability to like keep it behind closed doors and not be idiots and like, oh yeah, no, I'm a giant bitch ass bitch that nobody respects ever. Like yesterday, my daughter had her first hockey practice of the year because it's June 1st. Why wouldn't you? And one of the hockey dads, his name's Matt, very handy guy. Right, works
Yeah.
with his hands, and his wife. I was talking to her yesterday, Stephanie. She's telling me all about how he's doing stuff in the backyard. He's working under the deck. He's doing building this. He's got a diesel truck they're looking into fixing. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't know. The truck looks cool. I like the way your truck looks when I picked up your daughter for hockey practice. I'm a pants.
It is hard if you have to follow like if your wife had men in her past that were like fix-it guys and manly men. It's very hard to follow those guys. So I would suggest if you're like us, find a woman who was raised by a puss. Easy guy to follow, right? Whatever you do, you're already up 10 points in the game, man. Right?
Great advice.
If you just fix like the little light in the refrigerator, you're the man.
That is great advice.
Yeah, but you at the same time you had a father-in-law who could do a lot
Oh.
of things, and you kind of enjoyed that, no?
Yeah, because I'm a complete wuss.
So that's what I mean.
gave
Like
up.
he did help you out with a lot
Oh.
of stuff.
Big
No.
Tony was like amazing.
No, but I mean, to his point,
Yeah.
or to her point, like, my father-in-law, he's a home inspector.
Yeah.
He was just in town last week, right?
He knows his stuff.
And he walked me through the house and like showed me all of the things, like this is what you
Yeah.
do, da. And it's literally like he's like holding my weenie and
Yeah.
like slapping the end of it every time he tells
Yeah.
me something.
I know.
I get that it was a weird visual, but that's what it felt like.
Well, you could have left off the flapping.
I know.
mean, it's already humiliating that he's holding your penis. He doesn't also have to spank
I just wanted to.
the head of your penis.
No, I just wanted to illustrate how embarrassing it was. And not only is he having it in his hand, he's
He's
like
spanking your.
ow, 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 hey, doesn't hurt, but it stings. We have a dynamite. Nope. Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning,
Yeah.
we got a situation.
What's going on?
Well, there's a gentleman who has been arrested for taking his neighbor's car. Just took his neighbor's car, got their keys, according to police, and took off.
Is this one of those borrowed without permission deals?
It does sound like it's one of
Yeah.
those. However, it's the reason he took it which makes this story complicated.
Oh.
Because, I mean, if anyone just like took your car, you'd have a right to call the cops.
Yeah.
Be upset. No one would blame you. But this man had a mission, and it's an honorable
Oh.
mission. And in fact, he would not have had to do this, according to the story, had other people been where they had to be at the right time.
Okay.
Yet, his neighbor still called the cops.
Yeah.
We'll get into the story
All right.
just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Our baby boy, King, now has his queen.
Yeah.
That's right. Our boy Josh got married over the weekend. Very weird to see paparazzi swarming around the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Like they were hiding out somewhere. 'Cause some of those shots looked like they were coming from a high distance.
I think some people were hanging out in trees.
I know.
Wow.
All right, anyway, they also put out like official photos of the wedding, a couple of them, and we got to see who was in Josh's wedding party.
Oh, the crew?
Yeah. There was one person who I think we all anticipated would be there who wasn't in the wedding party, and that has Kimmy going.
At least we didn't see if he was.
Oh, he didn't make the cut.
Kimmy's going full on conspiracy
I am.
theorist.
Oh.
Not that he didn't make the cut, that something else might have happened, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. A king has his queen. And I got to say, minus one person, they did a really, really good job of keeping everything about this completely quiet. You okay over there?
I'm good.
Mics everywhere.
We may have never known.
We wouldn't have
snuck
known.
this in there.
And because of a photo that surfaced from the wedding
Yeah.
and a story that existed before this wedding, someone in this room now has a conspiracy theory that she is ready to ride with.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, there is a state lawmaker here in New York who was ready to make these things illegal in New York State legal again.
Oh.
In fact, we are the only state in America which outlaws these things. And you will be shocked to hear what they are
Yeah.
because they're everywhere.
Oh.
So much so that you'll be surprised to find out they're actually against the law.
Oh.
And we'll get
but
into
they're dangerous?
Well, that was the argument when they did this like 80 years ago.
Oh.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Josh Allen is now tied down forever.
Yep.
He and his fiancee, now wife, Haley Steinfeld, got married on Saturday in California. It was a very odd scene. Not the wedding itself.
Yeah.
That looked beautiful, according to my wife.
Yeah.
Kimmy, there were paparazzi swimming all over this wedding.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all the shots that we have of the wedding seem like somebody that snuck in there and found some angle to take the wedding photos from because they're not close-ups. It seems like they were some distance away.
So there was a photo from Friday, which looked to be the rehearsal dinner, where they must have been aware the paparazzi were trying to take photos because Josh was holding an umbrella over both of them.
Oh.
So they couldn't get a clear shot of him and his now wife.
Yeah.
So we know about this wedding. At least we knew the day it was happening because of one man, Bills offensive lineman Deion Dawkins, in an interview about a month ago, completely out of nowhere deciding to blow the whole thing.
What about somebody walking down the aisle? You going to any weddings this offseason?
Kyle, you're one of a kind. Kyle, you are one of a kind, man. Josh Allen is one of those guys, and he's sealed that deal. And soon to come, May 31st.
Oh!
All right. So Deion blows the wedding.
Yeah.
We know he's invited to the wedding. He then tries to walk that back
It was
2
the
weeks
only
later.
place we heard it.
Yep.
Yeah, the one person who spilled the beans.
So we know that Josh and Deion Dawkins are close.
Oh, yeah.
They spend time at each other's home. Deion just raves about how much he loves Josh Allen.
Yeah.
He's like, they're presenting the MVP award to him.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
So there was a photo that surfaced from the wedding, a paparazzi shot it looks like, of all of the Bills players that were standing up with Josh Allen.
I don't even know this. Does Josh have a brother?
I know he has sisters.
I don't know.
I think he does have maybe a younger brother.
Was that the guy who was in the front, like his best
Maybe.
man?
I would think sometimes the brother is in the wedding party.
Okay, that makes sense because there were a couple guys we didn't know. But of the
Yeah,
Bills
he does.
players that were standing up, so that must have been him. Kim.
Yeah.
Tight end Dawson Knox was there. They've known each other a long time.
Yeah.
Offensive lineman Spencer Brown was standing up with him, and backup quarterback Mitchell Trubisky.
He got in?
Well, he brought.
I think they
Just 'cause
golfed
he's a
together.
backup?
Well, they said they golfed
yeah.
together a lot.
Backup husband?
Yeah, in case Josh goes down,
Yeah.
Mitch has to step in.
Right.
But Deion Dawkins, we know, was at the ceremony.
Okay.
Not standing up with his boy.
All right.
Ooh.
And let me allow Kimmy to take the conspiracy theory from
I
here.
was curious if after somebody spilled the beans, if they got demoted.
Oh, they got bumped.
Either he got demoted or he was never asked to be in the wedding party, which I find weird just because of the way it seems like those two are like the closest on offense.
So you are ready to push the conspiracy theory into federal airwaves
Right.
that Deion Dawkins was demoted
don't know.
from the
He
groomsmen.
got bumped,
It's possible.
which is a really harsh move.
All right, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252
you did give up the one secret you had to keep, though.
You did.
Like
You
the
did.
one, all you had to do was not say the exact date of the wedding because nobody knew about it. I have a theory they were trying to sneak it in there because he was just at
OTA.
OTAs this past week. So I think people thought because, OTAs are going on and mandatory minicamp starts next week that why would you get married right now,
Okay.
right?
All right. So let's take Deion out of this and talk about in general,
All right.
the situation. Can you be kicked out of a wedding party? Have you
I
ever?
know people that have.
You've heard of people being kicked?
And it's always groomsmen because somebody does something that takes something too far.
Are you willing to share some reasons why people may have been kicked out of parties?
I'm trying to think of the.
I'm thinking if you're kicked out of the wedding party, you're also kicked out of the wedding.
I thought too.
Like you effed up so bad, we don't want you around. I never heard of you just got demoted
So
to
there
like
was-
table.
Yeah.
The last one I'm thinking of, so one of the groomsmen just like wasn't really participating in much. Kind of seemed like he didn't want to be there. So I think the groom eventually was like, hey, you don't have to be in it if you don't want. And the groomsman was like, okay, well then I just want to be a guest.
I don't see that as being kicked out. I see that as two men coming to an agreement.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like in this,
It's still weird.
Like you got to pull a move to get bumped.
yeah. Like in this conspiracy theory, you are now federally floating.
Yeah.
You're saying that Josh looked at him and was like, you were in the
I
party,
don't know.
but now
I would think that Deion Dawkins would be like one of the first teammates in that wedding party.
Okay.
Because
All right.
they've played together for so long, more time than Mitchell Trubisky.
Okay.
You know what would
know?
really suck? Because like if you really fought, like let's say because I had this situation in my second marriage where my ex didn't want one of the people that I picked, one of the guys in the wedding party.
Okay.
And I had to really fuck.
Whoa!
Sorry. I had to really fight to get him off. I had to really, you can tell the passion in my voice, man. I had to really fight to get the kid in, right?
Okay.
And then he pulled a move, so I looked really bad. Like I thought he
Yeah.
was just being himself, which was
Like you should have seen it coming.
which was her point. and then the whole wedding, she's pointing to him. Look what you did.
So you're saying she was right?
Oh, she was absolutely right, but I couldn't like. I work with this dude, man.
I mean, we definitely know that Dawkins at least got an earful based
Oh,
on
man.
his second interview about
Well-
being asked about the
So
wedding.
she lit up
We have
Josh.
that audio, right?
Hold on.
Oh, you just,
So she lit up Josh. Josh had to light up his guy.
okay. Well, again, we're assuming light up.
Bro,
light
you
up.
know that's the chain of command,
Well,
man.
I
I'm
mean-
sure he got a stern talking
That's
to.
the chain of command.
I don't. I mean, Josh could have been upset too. I mean, what? You
Yeah,
don't,
I'm sure they were both pissed because, again, like now this makes their day harder on both of them, right? Like trying to avoid people trying to sneak in. And now that people know the exact date, they know they're going to do some research.
Because to Kimmy's point, like, if nobody knows the date of this wedding on
Yeah.
Saturday of Josh and Haley, like, nobody knows where he's going. You had people, I'm sure, following him because there were photos of him leaving the stadium,
Yeah.
waiting in line at the airport,
Right.
holding his golf clubs, getting off the plane. So they just had to follow where his car was going to figure
Yeah.
out where this wedding was going to be.
True.
If you didn't have the date, none of that
Probably
happened.
would
But
have
I
thought he was just
figure
going
a
golfing.
lot of
or
this
something.
LA stuff, they probably keep an eye on all this stuff.
Yeah, but
A
you
lot
made
of
it
this-
easier.
A lot of this LA stuff.
this
he
West
says.
Coast
Oh, we're talking
situation.
We're talking West Coast weddings.
Yeah.
All right, do we have that audio? Because, we talked about how Dion blows the day. We just
Yeah.
played the audio. Then had to walk it back in another interview he does with Rich Eisen last week.
Is that coming?
I don't know nothing about that.
Uh-oh.
I don't know nothing about any of that.
Is this like Fight Club? You're not allowed to talk about it, or did I?
No, this is.
You don't
I have
know?
no idea what is going on.
Okay.
We're all here. We're all here in Buffalo working out. So, I'll give those guys a FaceTime call and see how everything is going. But I have no idea.
Okay, so going
Man,
back.
how deflated
Yeah, he
does he
sounds
sound?
deflated, and that guy never sounds deflated.
You're right. But going back to the whole idea he was booted from the groom's party,
Yeah.
I agree with you. Like, first of all, on the one hand, from the bride and groom side, if you have done something enough to get kicked out of the party, you've done something enough to be uninvited to the
Yeah.
wedding. But on the other side of it, if you are someone who's been given this sacred spot, you spent that money on the suit, going on the bachelor party, and then you're told
You're all in.
you're out. Why would you still want to go to that wedding?
Pride.
Yeah.
No, but I would think pride
Well,
would
everybody you know's there.
But pride would keep you, and you're actually making my argument. I think so, because like everyone you know is there. You don't think they're going to be busting his balls all night
yeah.
that he's not in the
Oh, yeah.
wedding
I hope
party?
they do.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
And there would be tension. You just being in the room. You don't want to ruin the bride's day.
Yeah, but you're also like, you're also kind of pissed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't deserve this. I screwed up, but, I can't even come.
No, that's my. Well, no, but
Yeah.
I would say like not that you can't come. I will take
You would
myself
choose-
out
Alright.
of it.
Yeah, but then you're kind of, you already RSVP'd.
All
You
your-
already picked your
All
dinner.
your buddies are there,
Okay.
open B.
Yeah, I think you're still going.
But again, you're talking about a personal relationship now. In my
Yeah.
opinion, if I get booted out of the groomsmen's
Yeah.
party, I'll send a gift. I'll mend the relationship down the road. I
And
don't want to be a
is
distraction.
Deion Dawkins, does he have a girl? Like, maybe his girlfriend's close with people,
I don't know.
I think you're still
He's not
going.
married, right?
I don't think so. He's never talked about a wife.
Yeah.
No, I think he's got a girlfriend, though.
He seems like a player.
Why?
He's fun. He's rich.
He's
He's
fun.
young.
Josh isn't fun and rich.
Josh isn't a player, man.
Okay,
He's
but
a goof.
He's fun. And
He's
He's a golden
got some.
retriever.
Deion's smooth. Josh ain't smooth.
you know
man.
nothing about Deion Dawkins. All you know is
He's
the audio
smooth.
we have played you. What numbers you wear?
The right one.
Wait, what's that?
Number one,
What's
baby.
that? Yeah, he was number
Number
one.
one, baby.
You're such an idiot. You are such an idiot. If I lined up 3 offensive linemen, you could not pick out which one is
I don't
Deion
get
Dawkins.
tied up with the numbers game, man.
Or the face game.
Or the West Coast game.
Or the personality game.
I don't play this LA stuff.
It's funny because I would think he would be number one Bill's teammate to be in the wedding, but I could also see him not being asked to be in it up front because he also seems like that one groomsman that's going to take things too far.
That's a good call.
Like
steal
that's
the
the
show.
guy you can't trust on the bachelor party.
No, that's it. It's
Oh.
not stealing the show. It's what are we doing at the bachelor
Yeah.
party? All of a sudden, he's
I
shirtless
can't
in
give
his
him
underwear.
any responsibilities.
All right, so Troy has got a great way to figure out
Oh,
if this actually happened.
Okay.
Again, he's writing us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He writes, were there equal bridesmaids and groomsmen? If
Oh.
not, Dawkins got
Oh.
bumped.
okay.
We don't know.
We haven't
only
seen the.
saw a few pictures.
All right, once we get the bridesmaids photos,
Yeah.
we'll count them out.
Okay.
All right.
And Troy's right. If there's an unequal number, Dawkins was out.
Okay.
It's not even like he could resell that suit.
So-
He's like 6'4",
Oh, yeah.
300 pounds.
Hey,
So I
that's total
did-
custom.
Find it interesting though because it might be hard to tell the way that the groomsmen and bridesmaids were lined up. It seemed like people were standing on Josh's side, like guys and girls, because like they were like his sisters. I think were on his side.
Oh,
so it's
I
hard
think
to
the
like.
sisters go on the chick side.
No, like there were guys and girls on both sides.
I didn't notice
So
that.
I've
I don't-
never seen
I
that
was
before.
trying to figure out how they lined it up based on who
Just a
knew
new way
who.
of doing things.
it's the West Coast way.
I like separation.
By the way, I love how we all saw these pictures. Kimmy's the only one who picked up on all these little details. Because like my wife is doing the same thing. She's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it's so beautiful. She's wearing a suit with a
Yeah.
bow tie. He looks good. Good for Josh. Well, congratulations
Yeah.
to everyone but Deion Dawkins. There is a man here in New York State, a lawmaker who is ready to make these legal in our great land again.
Oh.
In fact, we are the only state in America where these are illegal.
Really?
Yes, and when we tell you what it is, you're going to be shocked because they're everywhere.
Oh.
Literally everywhere. In fact, it's harder to find a place that doesn't have these than it does.
Do I have one?
No, it's a business. No.
I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
okay, we're talking about. We're doing next. We're doing live here in the break room on CMF. There is a man
What happened?
here in the state of New York
Yeah.
that is ready to finally bring us into the 21st century. Because it turns out we are the only state in America where these are illegal.
Okay.
And the argument he's making, valid argument. Very few people will argue against it. In fact, so few people will argue this because this illegal device is so common, we in New York are unaware that it's even against the law to use them. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Taking a car without telling someone you're taking their car
Yeah.
is illegal.
Mhm.
And if the allegations here are true, it's what this man did, case closed, right?
Okay.
Well, there are extenuating circumstances because there are some situations where every person listening would decide they had to break the law to make something else happen. And this man may have been in one of those situations, even though his neighbor still decided to call the cops.
So here, the neighbor ain't seeing it.
I don't know how you couldn't see it.
Oh.
We'll get into all of it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A state senator from here in New York.
What do you do?
He has introduced a bill to finally allow these at New York State gas pumps. 49 other states have already legalized them. And he says New York keeping them illegal is pointless. That device, the automatic handle that keeps your gas pumping while it's at the
I
tank.
love those.
Okay. The little clips.
Yeah.
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 I see. If they have them, that's my gas station.
Wait a minute.
Do all gas stations not have them?
So not all of them have them because it
Oh.
turns out they are illegal
Yeah.
in the state of
I
New
guess
York.
I've never noticed.
And they have been since the early 1980s. They're everywhere.
Right now.
Yeah.
But not every place has them.
Okay.
There are some that don't.
Oh.
You're more likely to find a gas station that has
Yeah.
them than not have them. Were you guys aware these were illegal?
Nope.
Because people would lock it and then walk away.
Yes.
Which
Right.
they don't want you to do.
They don't want you to lock it, period.
Right. Because I would lock, if it's cold, I get back in my car till it's done.
God,
Do
I
you
hate
really?
you. God.
Yeah.
You're the reason why people argue they should be
I
illegal.
also leave the car running.
While you're
my
pumping
In
gas.
the winter.
Bro,
That doesn't make it better. It actually probably makes it worse.
What?
you're the reason why this thing isn't going to be made legal because idiots like you, whoa.
No, but it's like 9 degrees outside. I'm not going to freeze my ass off. So I click it,
Yeah.
sit down. When I hear the click, I get back out, and I'm done. I figured that's why they made it. You have to sit there like a jamoke.
Why
No.
did they make it in the first place?
Well, I mean, so you don't have to have your hand on
All
the
right.
pump the whole
Yeah.
time.
I didn't know if
mean,
there was another reason.
No. So,
It's just
I
for
thought it made it so
convenience.
you could walk away.
oh my God.
Come
you're-
back when it's done.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Auto style.
Okay,
Automatic.
So here's what just happened.
What
if,
happened?
If you're listening, not only they're like, you have the most counterproductive mouth in the history of the world because it's now on the radar statewide,
Yeah.
right? That these are illegal, which means like maybe they go looking for them and take them away now.
Yeah.
And you just made a valid argument as to why these should be illegal.
Well, I mean, I don't see the danger in sitting in my car. I'm right there.
While it's running.
While it's running.
While your car is running.
Only in the wintertime because it's cold.
Clearly, it is without question illegal and
boy.
dangerous.
We're going to call the gas cops on you, son.
I don't even know who you. Well, no, you wouldn't have to because you're just going to explode.
We're going to call the bomb squad.
Okay,
You just
no,
blowed
it's
up
not.
good.
How
It's too late.
you can't argue that it's safe to keep your car running while you're pumping gas.
Oh, my God. The car's designed to run. And the gas is up here.
The
engine's
car's
over there.
designed to run.
The exhaust pipe's over
That's
here.
your argument.
Nothing's gonna. How's it gonna catch on fire?
The car is moved. It's running.
It runs when it has gas in it. How's
Oh
it
my
gonna
God.
explode then?
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're an idiot.
Oh my God! Oh heavens, Thomas! What have you done,
No, because like
Tommy?
this guy makes a valid point, which is what person is stupid enough to walk away from the gas pump while it's happening, and you go, not only do I walk away, I leave my car on and sit in it.
Well, at least I am in the area. I am supervising.
No,
it.
you're not.
I mean, I'm not inside buying donuts and cigarettes
Okay.
or pornography because they don't sell porn anymore.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Because, like, there are laws you see
Yeah.
on a pretty regular basis where someone is, they're so stupid, you go, who would be dumb enough where this law has to exist that they would try this? And then literally 3 minutes into this discussion, you prove why you need this law.
So what do you do? Shut your car down.
Yes.
And make sure all your gauges are disengaged.
No.
You get outside and make sure everything is grounded.
What?
Make sure your hands are clean. Put the nozzle in.
You just have to turn the. That's all you have to
Stand
do.
there and salute.
All you have to
As
do is
American
turn the
gas
car off.
proudly flows into your tank, America. Thank you.
It's not American gas.
I'm in America.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We started this discussion about a man in New York, Bill, a lawmaker, arguing that we should make these clips that every gas station, almost every gas station has. Turns out they're illegal. They keep the gas flowing, anything, make them legal officially. And the argument is, who's stupid enough to like mess this up? And then Tommy opens his mouth and proves why this law needs to exist. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Yeah, good, Nick.
So I was always a big fan of the clip until the one time that the automatic shutoff didn't automatic shut off.
Oh,
and the clip stayed clipped, and it pissed about 1.5 gallons of gas down the side of my car.
Wait, so it was your car that screwed up or the gas pump that screwed up?
I'm not sure which, but it did. I would guess it was the gas pump because that's what's supposed to sense.
Wait. Jesus Christ, Nick. You died
Well, no, but
Yeah,
you
the
got
car
that
exploding?
money.
because of gas? Did you die?
Wouldn't you be embarrassed if all of a sudden your car was spewing gas?
He wears that outfit today. You think he'd be embarrassed about gas?
While you're sitting
Nick
in your
died.
car, scrolling Instagram, giggling at reels. Meanwhile, your car's spewing out gas.
By the way, you pay for it. It's on you.
What do you?
Yeah, it's all over your paint, all over the side of your car. It's on the floor.
Oh, you go wash
It's
it
a
off.
massive health, like an environmental hazard.
No, it's not. Gas evaporates
No,
almost
it's not.
immediately.
No, it's not. Gas evaporates almost immediately. You're an idiot.
It does.
You're an idiot.
By the time it hits the ground, it's almost gone.
Shut up! You're saying
No
stupid.
one's
But you
actually
can burn
ever
it off
seen
with a
liquid
cigarette.
gas.
Say that again, Nick. I'm sorry.
No one's actually ever seen liquid gas before. A puddle, it's just gas instantly. Just evaporates.
All right. Well, okay. So Nick's second reason why maybe these are a bad idea to make them legal. God.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
That
day.
would be my fear. It's more the embarrassment, I think,
Oh.
than the
Wait, what are
danger.
these your best friends hanging out at the gas
Well, no,
station?
but
Get new
like-
friends.
You'd have to go inside and tell him you spilled gas all over.
No,
the
you don't.
You don't
pay.
drive away, you monster.
Bro, you pay for your gasoline.
People
It's
are like watching.
it's
you
on the ground. It's
screw
it's
up.
just gonna go away.
Oh my God, no, it's not.
What do you think? It sits there forever?
Bro, have you not seen gas puddles in like gas? The shiny things in puddles. That's gasoline.
Yeah, it goes away.
Where?
Or the
Where's
ducks.
it go?
It goes
Where's
on
it
the
go?
ducks.
It goes on the ducks.
And then you wipe it off with the detergent.
The detergent. You wipe it off with the detergent.
Detergent.
Paul writes us.
You're all a bunch of gas sissies.
Gas sissies.
Yes. You're all scared of gas.
You should
Been
be
around since
scared
like
of gas.
Been around since dinosaur ass.
Paul writes us. No, the dinosaur ass is the gas.
Yeah, it melts into gas.
Paul writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, breaking news, Pittsford squatter dies in gas station explosion because, quote, them cars were meant to run. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. This discussion started with gas clips being made legal in New York potentially. We are now having a discussion about how stupid this man that sits across from me is. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning. Tommy, you're old enough to remember, but Duffy, I doubt that you are, and it still happens in New Jersey, full-service gas stations where they come out, they pump for you. That's the reason why I worked at one. That's the reason we can do it. We could pump multiple cars at the same time off the same island. Also, remember the days when you'd pull in, the guy could start the gas, he'd lift up the hood, check your oil, wash, clean off your windshield and all that. That's the reason for the
Check
clip.
your wife, everything. Beautiful.
Yep.
Right up underneath the sweater.
Hey,
Make sure it's all good.
She's a court low.
Well, Tommy, your mom had a special dipstick, so.
Yeah, any stick available.
Only in Jersey or the tri-state area.
Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Steve writes us on Instagram. Tommy, you idiot. The reason why the pump can is because the pump can emit fumes. Also, like Nick said, the pump can malfunction and spew gas out of the car. If your car is running sparks, if your car is running sparks, it makes in the engine can set it off, and at that point, it
spark
won't
is coming
matter
from your
if you're,
engine?
quote, supervising.
People, you're running your sparkler car.
Sparkler?
Sparkler.
Sparkler?
Sparkler.
What are you doing home
Sparkler.
improvement now with your spackle? Did you try to say sparkler? You can't say words right, and you're going to try and tell me about science?
I've never
dumbass.
seen a spark come from my car. Have you?
Spark?
Sparks flying all out?
I've seen smoke. Where there's smoke, there's
That's
sparks.
the tailpipe.
No, you idiot. I've had a car overheat on me before.
Well, that's because you drove junk.
Yeah, okay.
I drive a fine American Japanese automobile. assembled in many countries.
252 WCMF. Turns out not everyone thinks you're an idiot.
All right.
Sounds like you got a fan in Jay. He's on CMF. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Morning, boys and Kimmy. And no, Tommy, I'm not a fan, but for once in your life, you're right.
Why
Yeah.
is that?
For the first time ever.
How's that?
So I drive gas cars in the winter doing Uber, and every morning I go to Delta Sonic, leave it running while I go inside and I get my breakfast and go through all my morning stuff.
Okay.
And
All right.
I've been doing that for 7 years, and I've never had a problem.
You know, you just jinxed
You
yourself,
just
right?
jinxed
It's going to
yourself.
happen today. We're going to hear
Yeah.
weird voice man killed an explosion at gas station. Break room Morin's only caller missing. Jay, don't do that, Jay.
He's busy. He's got a million things
Gotta get
going
it
on.
out.
I got to get on the road.
He's a hustler,
Gotta
man.
get on the road. You're calling us right now.
He
What do you
keeps America moving, baby.
Quickville, Jay's going inside.
America.
In America. Ryan's on Jay's team here. He says, I'll go inside and buy stuff while my gas is pumping, and if it doesn't have the clip, I'll put my cap in it. You're an idiot.
Why do you got to keep it running, though? Like, that's my
Okay.
question. That
I
doesn't
won't-
really save you any
Because so
money.
he
put
can
my-
slide
I won't put
over
my
the
cap
hood
in
like
it.
it's lethal weapon. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jay.
I won't put my cap in it. I just won't go to a gas station that doesn't have the clip.
Okay. No, but to Kimmy's point,
Yeah.
why does it have to
Yeah,
keep
like
running?
the running doesn't save you much time.
But
Starting
it's
and
cold
stopping your
out.
car.
It's not good to keep
No,
starting
I
your car.
I leave my car off. I don't leave
Oh.
my car running. I'm not
Oh.
that stupid.
Okay.
Okay, good.
He's just stupid.
I'm not that stupid.
He's
like,
kind of stupid.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy.
He's
Have
not
a
like
good
break room stupid.
Oh, my. No, don't lump me and Kimmy into your stupidity. I know you know you're wrong, because when you know you're wrong, you just start talking like this.
Gas cops.
Start going Jack Garner on everybody. No, I mean, look, it is also strange nationwide how many weird rules there are against with gas pumps.
Yeah.
How
'Cause-
different it is state to state.
Well, here's the thing. Like Barbara brought up, New Jersey
Yeah.
is the only state in America where you're not allowed to pump your own gas.
Mm.
Oregon was that way until 2023. They changed that law. But even when they did that in Oregon, you can go back and look. There were people writing online, like, what do I do? People were afraid that they were going to smell like gas all day and it was going to have like some effect on their brain.
Oh.
It would be weird growing up not ever doing it. You know what I mean? And then, like, the first time you're at a pump where you're supposed to do it yourself, I could see people being very lost.
It's not complicated. Stick in hole, pull.
Wait, you pulled up to your mom?
You see, like that's how I know you. Again, you're right. That was not even a good joke. That joke sucked.
Stick it in.
That joke sucked, and I hope you explode.
Fill her up.
252 WCMF.
Ding, ding, ding. Don't step away from her.
That's how old he is. He's doing the ding gas station.
Don't leave her running.
Don't leave her running. 252 WCMF. Again, we started this conversation with a state lawmaker that wants to make the fixed pump clips at gas stations legal in New York. They're illegal, even though they're everywhere. Tommy then reveals to us he only goes to gas stations that have the clip. In the wintertime, he will set the clip, get in his car, and keep it running.
Yeah.
He goes, whoa, 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 whoa,
yeah.
and then proceeds to make voices at us when we all argue valid points. Steve writes back, by the way.
What's Steve got to say?
Well, you had
Steve will straighten you right out.
you had argued, you ever see your car spark? Your car runs because of mini explosions.
Yeah, but they're all sealed up in an engine.
Sealed
They're
in
not
an
like
engine.
throwing sparks out like I'm on a parade.
Okay, last call, 252 WCMF. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Jesus, so much passion for gas this morning. And Tommy's covering the gamut. You sound like Jack Garner. He did Spacco. He dropped an F-bomb earlier.
Yeah, he
man,
did.
you're really racking them up. Listen, I don't understand why these clips are illegal because, it has to do with if you don't have an automatic shutoff valve, you shouldn't use the clips. They should just mandate automatic shutoff valves in every gas station in New York State. That would solve this problem, number one. Number two, it's perfectly fine to leave your car running. It's awful to get in and out of your car because of the static electricity that builds up. That's what causes a spark that
God.
ignites the gas.
I
on the
can't wait
outside.
to watch
I didn't
his
see
four.
Jeremy having that take.
Okay,
I thought he was going to be anti-Tommy here.
Look, whether or not he's anti-Tommy, I can't wait to see the 3 strands of hair go up in flames when Tommy's static bursts.
Where are you
him.
getting static electricity? There's no carpet.
From that jacket.
No, there's a static difference in charge between the inside and the outside.
did
Yeah,
this.
I got anti-static around my car.
Anti-static?
Yeah, I
No,
paid for it. I
you
paid
don't.
extra.
There is no way with those stupid tracksuits that you have anti-static in and out. Your trends with a Z, hair stands up like Charlie Brown, man. There's no way.
There it is.
Forget it. kablama kablooey. See you, Dick.
Say, buddy, there goes kablama kablooey. All right, don't do what Tommy does.
Yes.
Let's take it right. Yes.
Near the gas.
Okay, you idiot. God, you're a dumbass. There is a man who did something, if the allegations are true, which is illegal, no question. What his actions were are against the law. However, with some crime stories, there are extenuating circumstances, something that would lead you to understand why someone would feel they needed to do this. And this man had a situation. I think it's more surprising that he's facing charges than he did what he allegedly did in the first place. And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on WCMF. A life versus breaking the law.
What happened?
That's the story we have in front of us today. And it may be a question of who was more in the wrong. Because if the allegations are true, there is no argument that a man took a car, which is against the law.
Okay.
But the reason authorities say he did it is what's interesting.
So, like an emergency?
Yes.
All right.
And I guess the question that gets presented in this situation is, would you want him charged if it were your car he took?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Over the weekend in Irondequoit, there was an Americana down-homey, beautiful event that happened. And it happens on an annual basis.
Yeah.
It was very popular in America for a long time. It's kind of gone away, but it turns out not here. Because not only do we still have this event, Kimmy, Rochester may be the best city in America, not hence, forget that, the world
For this.
at this
Yeah, who
event.
Wow.
I had no idea.
And like since the 30s.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll tell you what it is. And we'll do it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes from Tommy Mulet's mom's hometown.
What's that?
Batchville, USA. No, Auburn, New York. That's where.
Yeah.
That's where we. Can I just quick sidebar?
Yeah.
When I am now going out of my way to find stories from Auburn, so I can come up with new towns that sound like your mom is a skank. All right, so Auburn, New York. That's where we find a man who found himself in a situation.
Yeah.
Authorities say this man, who looks to be in his 30s, called 911 from his home for a medical emergency that was happening at someone else's home.
Okay.
So he must have found out someone was in trouble at a different place, called 911 for them. When this man discovered that the ambulance had not arrived yet,
Yeah.
police say he made a decision. According to the police report, he went to his neighbor's house, took their car keys, and drove his neighbor's car to the place where the medical emergency was occurring.
All right.
He then put the person having the medical emergency in the back of his neighbor's car with the intention of driving them to the hospital.
Okay.
Homemade ambulance,
Yeah.
driving his neighbor's car. There was a small problem, though.
What's the matter?
He did not ask his neighbor
All right. Well, he didn't have time.
if he could take the car, just took the car.
It's an emergency.
So along with that, at the same time he arrived and loaded this person into the car, according to the report, the ambulance showed up.
Oh.
And the neighbor who had his car taken found where his car ended up. So you have the ambulance, this guy in a stolen car, the neighbor whose car was taken.
The medical emergency.
All of this is happening at the same time. So here's where it gets interesting. The man who took his neighbor's car was arrested. He was charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. He's got a court date coming up. So if the accusations are true, there is no doubt that he took this car that was not his and did not have permission to take. But he did it in an attempt to get someone medical attention who needed it and was not, at least according to him, getting it fast enough. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, how do we feel about this man?
I think he had the right intentions. You know?
Okay.
A
lot of bass going on over there.
I wish we knew what type of medical attention was needed.
Okay.
Because
that would matter to you.
Well, I mean, was it something that, like, was it a real emergency? Were you just doing it out of caution?
Like, called an ambulance. You don't just call in it. Those things are expensive as hell.
You'd be surprised. Like, I think a lot of people call, and it turns out to be like not something you needed an ambulance for.
Okay, so you're not automatically convinced that what this man did was ethically the right thing.
I think he thought it was.
Is that enough?
I guess, yeah. I mean, you're trying to help somebody.
Okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
How do we feel about this man?
So the guy, I mean, his heart was in the right place, even if he overreacted.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not really pissed at the dude.
Okay.
But what I am concerned about is that the guy who owned the car, when he looked at the situation, he still decided to call the cops?
Here's the thing.
Or did he report the car stolen?
No, it's possible he called the cops before he knew that the car, what the intention
But that
was.
would have been really quick.
Well, I mean, I would think if you look outside.
Auburn is that a big town?
I would think if you look outside and saw your car driving away, you would call the cops immediately.
But it sounds like he went into the house, I'm guessing, got keys, and drove off with the car.
It says he took his neighbor's keys. I mean, the keys could have been in the car. Who knows?
True.
But even if you look out and find your car is driving away, you're going to call the cops.
Right, but
away.
I mean, after the fact, though, I would try to explain to the police that, hey, the kid overreacted, but he wasn't trying to steal my car.
Okay, so
he's trying to help somebody.
Would this neighbor have to press charges for this guy to be facing charges?
That's what I thought.
Oh.
But I don't know.
I was under that assumption,
Probably, right?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Okay, now, we admit, the details here are not rock solid, right? Again, they're just allegations. But let's say in a hypothetical situation
Yeah.
that the neighbor would have had to want to press charges for this guy to get charged.
Yeah.
Who is the bigger dick? The man who took the car trying to get someone medical help that he thought was not going to get fast enough without asking permission, or the guy pressing charges for having his car taken?
Oh, the pressing the charges. Because you look like a complete ass. If that guy really needed to get to the hospital and he really thought the ambulance wasn't there, granted, the guy overreacted, but still, to sit there after the fact and still want this guy arrested for just trying to do a good deed makes you look like a huge gigola.
The only thing I'm thinking is maybe that good deed was like the final straw for this person.
Okay.
We don't know their relationship before.
Even so. You sound like you're on CBS Sunday morning. Even so, at the state of our economy today.
You ain't kidding, bro.
It's possible that, this person has taken the car before potentially without asking, and you just kind of let it go, but now it's like, all right, man, this isn't your car.
But this is the hill you die on, or the guy's doing good?
It could be a person who, overreacts to a lot of things. Maybe in your mind it didn't seem like a necessary thing to take the car for, if you know all the details. So, yeah, I think it could just be like the final straw for this person, like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this anymore.
I mean, he could just
I'm not dealing with, like, will my car be there? Won't it be there?
But he sounds like a good soul, was just like, he doesn't even, sounds like he doesn't even have a right himself. So he could be busted.
Well, yeah, that's why you would take someone
else's car.
I mean, I would be even more pissed if he had his own car. I don't want to put the miles on it.
Which, I mean, it could be, I don't want him bleeding in my car. So he's a poor busted guy just trying to do right.
All right.
Even if he's annoying, like, to be standing there, because, by that time, there's probably people watching.
Mm-hmm.
And you're, lock him up.
Okay. So, look, you're saying all the right things.
That's
Tommy,
me, man.
And you sound great. And look, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. But I'll ask you this simple question.
Go ahead.
Again, with this story out in Auburn of a man who police say took his neighbor's car, called 911 for someone having a medical emergency at another location. When he found out the ambulance was not getting there soon enough, according to him, he took his neighbor's keys, took their car without permission, and went to where that person was having the emergency. He then, according to police, tried to load the person in the back of the car, was successful. As he was going to leave, the ambulance showed up, as did the neighbor who had his car taken. This man has been charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, which is a little bit strange because his heart was in the right place.
Yeah.
All right, so you said all the right things. Do not
That's
charge
me,
this.
buddy.
All right, so there's a very easy way to find out, Tommy, how you actually feel about this. Let's say, hypothetically, you are sitting in your house, you look out your window, and a neighbor that you are not intimately familiar with is driving your car away.
Yeah.
And you follow that car, and you find this exact situation. Where you get there, the ambulance is already there.
Figured out.
He's got you somebody in the back of your car who's like, oh, my chest hurts, whatever. You're not going to press charges.
I'm not. Because I'll look like a huge C.
Why would that? How is that different than every other day you've lived your life? Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Why?
Dork in the back.
Why? You lie! Why you lie? You would call the cops immediately.
I don't think I would, because I don't like calling the cops first off.
Okay.
Would
your wife call the cops?
Well, that's a different story.
Would your wife want him charged?
I don't know.
Because I just heard in the break room, someone that would want him charged before you answer is a huge C.
I don't know.
So I
don't know.
I would carefully answer this question, you dumbass.
I don't know how she would react, because I think if somebody was hurting, she would want that person, because she's compassionate.
Okay.
I'm not.
So then wait a minute. If she's compassionate and you're not, you're arguing for compassion, and then you go, I don't know if my wife would call the cops.
I don't want to deal.
Okay.
Like, this whole story that you've presented in its entirety reminds me why you don't get involved in other people's business.
But he involved himself in your business.
Right. Yeah, but he shouldn't have. He should have just let the ambulance would have come. The guy would have went to the hospital, and God knows what happened.
But again, you don't know. Like, this guy's scared. He thinks this person.
I know.
No, you don't. You just argued against I know.
I'm not for any of this.
I'm not for any of it.
Yes.
All right, well, then that brings us to another question.
What's that?
Kimmy, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
No, good.
Okay. Would you have the balls to break the law for the sake of someone else's life? Because in this story, if all the allegations are true, this man did not live with, was not the person who was having the medical emergency. It's more likely a relative or a friend than a spouse or a child. And I get that most people wouldn't think twice about their own well-being for the health of their spouse or child.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is the line where you would trade your health or freedom for someone else's well-being? Like Kimmy, would you be willing to face charges if your father needed medical attention?
Yeah, I guess like for a direct family member, you'd be willing to do whatever it takes to find them help.
Okay. Cousin?
I don't know. Probably not.
You want to think about it for a second? At least pretend? Emmett Hall, fake Emmett Hall, baby.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not as close with them, so I'd feel like why? I guess it's more like this is what shouldn't be my responsibility. Wouldn't you feel that way?
I wouldn't
don't you have somebody closer?
I wouldn't have said it into
don't
a
you have somebody
microphone.
closer to you?
I wouldn't have said that in a microphone.
None of my cousins live here.
Okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
Your dad is having a heart attack.
Again?
The only way to get...
This would be number 7. Like one more punch in his card, he gets a freebie on the bypass.
The only way to get him in the hospital is to steal a car.
Yeah, I'd have to.
Your father.
I'd have to. That rolling piece of crap I would still have to like save, because if I got back to my brothers and my sister at that time and stuff, it would look terrible.
Okay.
I ain't thrilled about it.
All right.
But I'm not doing it out of compassion. I'm doing it out of selfishness, how it looks to my family, how I look to the family.
Okay. It gets even
So
more...
that's not really makes me a good person.
It gets even more complicated when it comes to friends, because let's do same hypothetical.
All right,
Tommy,
all right,
let's say I call you one day on Saturday. I go, I think I'm having a heart attack. Ambulance ain't here. My wife is not answering her phone. The only way you can get me to the hospital is stealing your neighbor's car. Are you stealing your neighbor's car?
Absolutely. I ain't prepping this show. I'm not doing all that, man.
Save this man.
So you do it for Kimmy, too?
Absolutely.
Would you do it for Spazzano?
Spazzano?
Yeah, Spazzano calls you. Hey, man, I'm sorry. No one else is answering their phone.
He is a paisan. Italian roots.
You would not steal
I
a
didn't
car
know,
to
that's
save...
not an answer yet. No, I'm not Scotty. I like that kid, but you know.
I like the kid, but not enough to save his life.
Look, I think we've all had enough of Scotty. He's been around for 50 years doing radio.
Right, be careful. Okay.
Enough's enough.
Glass houses, stones, maroon shoes. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you steal a car to save Tommy's life? Knowing that you would face charges on the back end.
I guess so. He's part of our
That's
team.
gung ho.
No, but I mean,
Can't let the team member go.
you would be in, you'd get his chair. You would be
Yeah.
arrested, taken
Yeah.
down, processed, your picture in the paper.
Yeah.
Upgraded wardrobe.
I mean, I know your wife. I would do it for her.
She knows your wife.
So you won't do it for me at all.
I would do it for your wife.
Okay.
And for the show.
You just said about your dad, you wouldn't do it for your dad, you'd do it for your brothers.
Yeah.
No, I did say I would take him begrudgingly,
Okay.
much how Kimmy would do for me.
Yeah. Obligation,
And optics.
not out of love.
It's optics.
That
That's
makes
how
it-
it looks.
So it doesn't make you good people.
No, but we
No,
still do it.
I think that's been established many years ago.
252 WCMF.
Let me ask you, fast-talking boy.
Yeah?
Your daddy.
Oh, yeah.
Many medical issues.
Okay, sure. Am I stealing a car to save my dad's life?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to see him die
Because?
because he's my dad.
Okay. All right.
What?
I don't see you running, grabbing the car keys.
What are you talking about? He had his heart attack. As soon as I found out, went down to the hospital.
You didn't steal a car to get there, though.
Didn't have to.
And by the way, I don't think you got there right away.
Well, I got there when I got the call.
Didn't you go eat dinner first? Or something?
I had to stop getting
All
oil
right,
change.
all right.
You know, I mean, I had things to do. Yeah, of course I'm going to steal a car to save my dad
Okay.
for the sake of my brother and sister. No, yes, because it's just. Dude, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know what would be really complicated if this was somebody, because you know how if you do, like let's say there's somebody that you know that just always seems to be down on their luck. So like you do one nice thing for them and then like the expectation is kind of there. So it grows a little bit every time.
What do you mean by that?
Like you do one nice thing to help them out and now like it's almost kind of like becomes a regular thing.
You feed
like,
a stray cat.
It's expected that you're going to help them with
They
that
keep
thing that
showing
they're
up.
struggling with. And I guess at what point do you cut it off?
If they think they need an ambulance?
So you would cut it off then?
No, I'm confused as to.
My point is like that person got too comfortable with you with you helping them out.
Oh, you're talking about the neighbor.
The neighbor.
Gotcha.
Yes,
I thought
yes.
you meant like, if you call me again,
No, I'm
saying
not
you're
talking about-
dying and you need a ride to
No,
the
I'm not
hospital.
talking about that. I'm
I
talking
get
about
what
the
you're saying.
neighbor. Like, let's say you helped this person out a couple times where they got just maybe a little too comfortable using your stuff.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's a common occurrence with neighbors all over
Yeah.
the place. And I mean, the car
We're, a
outside
little,
of,
we're not that close, man.
and like I can't, outside of your own home, there's nothing more expensive than a car
Right.
that someone could take. I mean, I do think with this story, out in Auburn of this guy allegedly taking his neighbor's car to go drive to somebody's house who was having a medical emergency and the ambulance wasn't there yet to take him to the hospital. You do have to have a certain mindset for that idea to even pop in your head. Because if I was in the same situation as this man before we had this discussion, it would not have even occurred to me.
That's what makes me feel like there's some kind of relationship there where that would be an option that would pop into your head in an emergency.
But I want you to think about what kind of bad people we are.
Okay.
Because I'm positive that the three of us did not even look at this as an option, stealing a car
No.
to save somebody
No, I wouldn't.
before they showed up.
Nope.
But this man did,
Right.
according to the allegations, right? So does that make him a better person than we are?
Yeah, because he's going to do whatever it takes. I am not. I'm not looking at the final option. I'll never get there.
Okay, so you're not going to steal a car to save.
No. That wouldn't even cross my mind of something to do. I'd be like, oh, man, I ain't got a car. Guy's screwed.
There's also Uber.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a phone. He can call his own goddamn Uber. Or let his family do it, to Kimmy's point. He's got family.
Maybe.
Oh, that's on you. Should be nicer to people.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, so I noticed something while you guys were reading the story. The neighbor showed up at the scene. Like, how did he get there? Did he have a second car?
That is a conspiracy
Makes him
right
look
now.
like a bigger dick. But I don't know. I would probably, if I had to, I would steal a car to save you guys, including Tommy.
Look at that.
But would we have to listen to you talk the whole ride to the hospital, though?
Probably.
Let me die.
Yeah, I'm going to hide from you when you get to the house.
Actually, in reality, if you actually were dying, I'd be solely focused on getting your ass to the hospital so they can save you.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll take the ride.
Okay.
Great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. I mean, it's Auburn, so it's possible it was walking
You could have walked there.
distance.
It's a small town.
It's also possible he had two cars, but I don't know if having a second car makes like having your first car taken without you knowing what happened.
Probably
Well-
not.
You would have a car still be like, well, I got two of them. Now I got to call the cops.
You're right, but I guess it makes the guy that took the car a little bit less of a dick because he didn't leave you stranded.
All right.
But again, it's not like
You know what I mean?
okay. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This is astonishing.
What happened?
And we should be making more of a big deal out of this here in Rochester because everyone loves nostalgia.
Oh, sure.
This is a flashback to old-timey America.
Mhm.
And from the beginning of this up until even today, Rochester might be one of the best cities on the planet
Wait, the planet.
at producing champions.
Wow.
Kimmy, how did we not know
I don't know.
this?
I've never even been to this. I didn't know it was such a big deal.
Maybe we have a champion?
I didn't know the opportunities that came from it.
We don't have a champion. We have an unbelievable amount of world champions.
Damn.
And it went down over the weekend. And we'll tell you what it is next here at the break room on CMF. It's a little piece of Americana that most folks may not even know still happens.
Oh.
And it turns out we in Rochester are great at it.
No kidding.
Like maybe the best of all time.
Wow.
And you'd think, Kimmy, if our area is doing such an amazing job producing these world champions,
Yeah.
maybe we'd be doing a little more to make it a bigger deal?
I would think so, right?
Can't wait to find out what this is.
Maybe
I
that's-
can't tell if Tommy's really into this thing or if he's going to hate it.
All right, I'm going to make a prediction
You
right
said
now.
world champion.
Yeah. Seems like something you would have been into as a kid, maybe.
He can still do it now based on size. I'm going to make a prediction.
Yeah.
He's going to try and be cool guy and be like, oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
But he's going to love it. And he's going to be jealous.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45, the town of Greece has installed something
Okay.
to help out the youth of their town,
Mm.
right? A place for them to go hang out. And why, Kimmy, they decided to include these extra things.
It does seem a little unnecessary.
Who is this for?
I didn't know these things needed a theme, but they do.
We'll tell you what they did out in Greece.
Okay.
Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Over the weekend,
Mm.
young racers from across the greater Rochester area gathered to show off their need for speed, hill-assisted speed.
Yeah.
The annual Greater Rochester Soapbox Derby Championships were held in the Rondequoit.
Yeah.
And for those who may be a little too young to know, you build a car. It's made out of wood, right?
It used to be anyway.
Okay. And you make it as aerodynamic as possible. You design the car, you build everything, and you race it down this hill. There's no motor, no engine,
Yeah,
right?
it's all gravity.
You got it.
Yeah.
And it's for kids. And it began back in the day as the ultimate father-son bonding experience, although now there are plenty of moms and daughters that are involved as well. So, Tommy, you'd think this is just like a fun little project.
I'm surprised they still do it.
They still do it annually.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out there's more to it than just like bonding time.
Okay.
First off, RIT gave scholarships to the two winners of the event on
That's
Saturday.
wild.
Oh, based on how they built their cars, like the aerodynamics.
How well they did.
They
it,
won.
right?
They won the race. They got scholarships to RIT.
Wait, that's like hundreds of
Well,
thousands.
it's a $5,000 each scholarship, but it's still $5,000.
All right, so it's like $5 off college. But okay, it's
No,
like,
see,
hey,
no, see, $5 off would be $5 off college. It's more like $5,000
all
off
right, hey,
college.
good stuff. Good stuff. All right.
But an even bigger deal.
What's that?
The Rochester champions, their journey is not over. They move on.
They go to the Nationals.
No, the World Championships.
World Championships. Are we the only people that do it, though?
No. According to the story on 10 NBC, since 1934,
Damn.
we in Rochester, New York, have produced 18 Soapbox Derby World Champions.
Like they took on everybody.
Yeah.
And they won.
Yeah.
Let me say that again.
18.
World champs.
In 90 years, we have had a kid from Rochester as the best Soapbox Derby racer in the world 18 times. That's like twice a decade on average
That's insane.
in the world.
There can't, like what other city can say they have 18 world champs at something?
In
Well, the
anything.
Yankees.
At
Well, the
anything.
Yankees. And, of course, Montreal.
They're not from
No, but the-
Montreal
yeah,
or
but
New
Boston
we're
could
talking about,
probably
like,
say it,
people
too.
like-
Again, not
People
from
like
there.
born
And then
and
LA's
raised.
probably got a ton.
Born and raised? World champs?
All right, all right.
Stupid. He doesn't know how.
Well, let me ask you this, though.
I'm not done.
All right.
Then you can ask me whatever you want.
All right.
If that's not impressive enough, there are 3 people from Rochester whose Soapbox Derby cars are on permanent display in the Soapbox Derby Hall of Fame.
What the hell is that? man?
Richard Rohrer from 1955, Norman Westfall from 1956, and Anthony Mariuli from 2003. They're in the Hall of Fame.
The
Where is the
cars
Hall
are
of
on
Fame?
display?
Yes, I believe it's in Akron, Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Google
That makes
it.
sense.
What does that make sense?
Akron would be the perfect, because I think that's where it all started.
It's where they make tires.
No, but I think it's also where it started. Because Akron's very hilly, and I think that's where the
Shut up.
soapbox.
Shut up.
It is. It's
He's
very
right.
hilly.
It
You've been to
is- it
Akron.
is-
Very
It
steep.
is Akron, Ohio.
Yeah.
I would
Me
assume
too.
it had more to do with the tire business than it
It
would have.
probably did, but, busted times in the 30s, give the kids something to do.
Okay. You had a question.
I did. Oh, I did. So are we the only country that takes it seriously? So it's not like a big field of like world competitors?
I don't know.
Like, are we like, we do it a lot because we like it, but not everybody else really cares?
All right, let's say that's the case. Let's say that's
I mean, it's still a hell of a run.
No, unbelievable. 18. Let's say it's only in America wide. You would still have 18
Oh, yeah.
times where you had kids from Rochester, the best in America.
But, but what do you do with it? Like, it's
You go into STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math.
Okay,
That's
right.
why RIT is trying to draw these kids into their college
All
for
right,
just
so-
winning here in
So
Rochester.
maybe we got a lot of smart kids.
It seems like the main countries participating: U.S., Canada, Japan, and Germany.
Oh, you beat the Japanese kids. And you're always talking about how smart the Japanese
It's
kids
tough,
are.
But
yeah.
there have been people from New Zealand that have competed.
But Germany's tough. A lot of engineers in Germany.
She has not said Germany.
Yeah, she said
No,
Germany.
it's Germany.
Oh,
I
did
did
you
say
say-
Germany.
she said Germany.
Japan, U.S., Canada, Japan, and Germany are the four
All
on the
right.
list.
Oh, well, we're
Seems like-
smoking the Germans and the Japanese.
Yes.
Take that.
Again.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The Rochester Soapbox Derby Championships were held in Irondequoit over the weekend. The two winners got $5,000 each, scholarships to RIT, but even more impressive, they're going on to the World Championships. And we found out, based on a story on 10 NBC, that Rochester, since 1934, has produced 18 Soapbox Derby World Champions. And it's not even like this is something that happened in like the 30s, 40s, and 50s and disappeared.
Yeah.
As far as we know, based on the very detailed results
Yes.
on the National Soapbox Derby website, the last Rochester champion looks like was in 2017, Selena Murphy.
Oh, girl.
I just said there are women.
I know, but a champion.
There's a whole article I went into a rabbit hole. There was a whole article on the website about
On Selena?
about how in the 1970s the women's liberation movement pushed for girls to be included in.
Yeah, because
So
Gloria Steinbeck came here and when she dropped the flag and talked to the girls before the race.
Shut up. Nobody knows who that is.
Are you kidding me?
I bet you if we asked
I'll tell you what. I'll be shocked.
if Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
Go ahead.
Well, she is done
Go ahead.
typing into what she's typing. Go ahead. No, you ask her. Go
No,
ahead.
no,
Go
you
ahead.
ask
It's your
her.
question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm shocked. You say no. I say I think she knows.
Kimmy, who's Gloria Steinbeck?
Sorry, say that again.
Gloria Steinbeck? You know who she is?
Gloria Stein.
She's nobody because it's Gloria Steinem, you idiot. You
I
got
was
the
gonna
you got the
say,
name wrong.
that's what I was
you are the
thinking.
dumbest person on the planet. And the fact that you let me go that long, the fact that you let me
That's
go
what I
that
was thinking. I
long.
was like, it sounds
Well,
like
you didn't
Gloria
pick up on it
Steinem,
either.
but-
Yes, I
first.
did, you idiot. I was waiting for you to correct yourself.
I thought she was like some race car driver.
You are
She
an
was.
idiot.
She was. She was.
You think Kimmy won't know who Gloria Steinbeck
Oh,
was.
Steinbeck. I was close.
You're the dumbest person.
Well, that
I've-
was the problem. They couldn't afford Gloria Steinem, so they got Steinbeck.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking. Your
Her
brother
husband was just wrapping up that book.
Damn it. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rick. Hey, Ricky, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, I was just calling this. I listened to you folks talking, and my son has won the world championship twice. He was the first kid in 73 years to win it twice.
No
And
kidding.
He's from Webster, New York.
So what year did he win it, Ricky?
He won it in 2010 and 2013.
Wow. So, okay, let me ask you a question. So was it, what's your son's name?
Ricky Desmond.
All right, so
It's a great car name.
Yeah, it is. It is.
all right, so Ricky and Ricky, did you guys build these cars together? Was it like a father-son project?
Oh, most definitely.
All right, so what do you do for a living that made that car so good?
Well, I actually was an auto mechanic for quite a few years and kept doing it, and I actually raced cars myself. But I worked at Eastman Kodak for 44 years. I'm retired now.
Okay, so I had a theory, and I'm glad you brought this up, Rick. Like, the reason we have so many kids and parents that are good at this,
Yeah.
you think about the big three and the amount of engineers,
yeah, for
right,
sure.
that went into that. I mean, Rick, you know, you're already a leg up.
Yeah, but wouldn't like Detroit be number one in the world then?
But it's not about. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
They could have been.
By the way, we don't really have a great track record right now with that business either, Rick. I don't know who we're laughing at. But no, like, I mean, it's not so much about building a car. It's
Yeah.
about the engineering of
Yeah,
the
I get
car.
it. Yeah, the aerodynamics.
Testing it out.
Exactly.
Figuring.
I
Problem
would
solving.
never believe the amount of engineering going into gravity-fed speed. I learned a lot from other guys that did it, and I was a pretty good builder, and my son was an excellent driver, and we had good luck.
All right, so
Yeah, you got to build a team. It's all about building a team.
his son is a two-time world
But I'm
champion.
saying you got to build a team.
Okay.
You're a good mechanic, good driver.
Hey, what's Ricky do now?
He works for a concrete business, and he's the second man in command.
Oh, you're Italian.
No, we're not. We're Kraut.
All right, Rick, one more question before I let you go.
Shoot.
Would you say that the experience building these cars with your son was a positive experience?
Have to be.
Or was it was there
Tense.
tension between
Yeah.
you two trying to get this done?
Oh no, it was great. My son and I are still super close. This did it, And there was the guy that ran Soapbox Derby in Rochester, really promoted it a lot. He was a good guy his name was Mark Scuderi. He was great at promoting it.
That's what the cars sound like when they go down the hill.
Was it?
Scary! Rick, thanks for the call, buddy.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, there goes super smart Rick and his super smart son, Dad, Ricky.
So it's impressive, man. 2-time world champ.
Oh, now you want to be impressed because
yeah.
he called the show?
Yeah.
You got to put a face or a voice to it? Nerd. Oh, I'm pretty impressive, actually.
Got the man Gloria Steinbeck.
Shut. How did you not pick up on that?
I was so close. Steinbeck, Steinem.
Okay. So going back to the question I asked Ricky.
Yeah.
Or Rick here, right?
Yeah.
Now, Rick is dad, and he says that he and his son are still super close.
Yeah.
It was a positive experience, and maybe he's honest, right? Kimmy, I would have to think something with stakes this high. When you're investing, I mean, it looks like it costs a little bit of money, a lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
This would probably wreck most parent-child relationships, right?
Yeah, I just know the tension that, like, my dad and my brother had doing, like, Boy Scout activities back in the day. And my dad wasn't an engineer who was, like, you know, probably, like, very focused and wanted it a certain way. So I almost feel like the better a dad or mom would be at this, the more tension there's going to be because they want it a specific way. You know what I mean?
There's proof of this.
What's that?
On a much smaller scale, if you ever did Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts,
Yeah.
they got the Pinewood Derby.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
But those are like model cars you
Yeah.
just run.
Yeah. But even with those, like if you've ever worked with a parent building your Pinewood.
It's misery.
But you could tell, like, what jobs each kid's parents had
Yep.
based on how well their car did.
100%. And also how much their parent was willing to cheat by putting in like too much weight in the front of the
And
car.
it just teaches you to cheat.
Can you cheat in these Soapbox Derby cars?
Oh, I'm sure there's like an inspection that happens. Like, there's no way. Once it gets especially to like the world championship, I'm sure that they're keeping things things are being closely watched.
So I told you I went down a rabbit hole. There's a whole article, too, about a cheating scandal in the 50s where someone put a magnet in the front of the car.
Oh.
How'd that help?
I didn't really read, but it just showed a
Okay.
picture
Like
of
the
like
wheels go faster or something?
I don't know.
It almost ruined the sport.
It showed a picture of like where they cut the car open and found the magnet.
So you like families getting busted.
Yeah, like that would be like
Embarrassing as hell.
It's mom or dad's idea. The
Right.
kid doesn't want to cheat.
It's a pointless race. You decided to cheat.
Dude,
I bet you the prize back then wasn't anything.
Well, there was at one point a $10 limit on what you could spend on the materials.
$10?
Of the car. $10. But I thought the idea was to go find like scrap wood back in the day and build it into something.
Oh,
I don't know if it's the same now. 252 WCMF again. We're talking about the Rochester Soapbox Derby Championships. So there's two winners that are moving on to the national championship, and we discovered not only did RIT give each of these kids a $5,000 scholarship for winning Rochester, we have had 18 world champion soapbox racers from Rochester, New York from 1934 up until now. We just talked to a guy, Rick, whose son Ricky won it twice.
Yeah.
The only boy to ever win it twice. 2 times Ricky, they called him. John's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
I had two things. First off, I wanted to say, what led you to go down the rabbit hole of soapbox races?
Well, I wanted to see when the last time a Rochester kid won, which was 2017, but then they had all this like very detailed history, and I was like, wow.
We have a lot of questions.
Look at
about
all
this
that.
here.
Okay, now we're learning things here. But your second thing was, I'm sorry, John.
All right, I had a knock knock joke for y'all.
Oh, thank God.
All right, so knock knock.
Who's there?
Gloria Steinem.
Gloria Steinem, who?
Exactly.
Oh, wait, hold on. Your phone cut out at the end. What'd you say? What was the punchline?
I said exactly.
John, your phone's killing me, but what did you say? You cut out.
I said exactly.
Wait, snacks?
Snackly. He's saying snacks?
Snacks?
I think the joke would have been Gloria Steinbeck. I think he screwed that up.
No, I think he was trying to be misogynistic. I think
Oh,
that's what
okay.
he was going for.
Well, that's actually a pretty good joke if it works either way, right? He kind of keeps you thinking.
No, but it doesn't work anyway. Is he snacks? Are we talking about
Snacklies.
Okay.
It's Glorious Snacklies.
No, I thought you had Zachney's disease.
What's that?
Where your face looks exactly like your ass. That was a killer insult in 3rd grade, bro. What, you got Zachney's disease? What's that?
I think it's called Zachary.
Shut up. So here's what I'm.
I do wonder.
What?
Who Gloria Steinbeck is?
No. Yes, but also, how much is this is this an expensive hobby to have? Like, do the materials cost a lot, or is it more, how much time and effort it takes to put into? Like, I wonder how much this runs the average family that's into it.
Can you Google what a soapbox car would cost? Because, again, it looks expensive. These cars look expensive because there's a picture.
So it's not scrap wood anymore. It's like aerodynamic crap.
I mean, I'm looking at a video from 10 NBC.
It's like Formula One.
I mean, no,
NASCAR.
I'll tell you what they look like. They look like bobsleds from the Olympics.
Oh, really?
With like 4 wheels on them that go far out. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so it seems like it ranges from a used soapbox derby car.
That's a lazy dad. I went on the market.
We had this wonderful experience of searching Craigslist together.
So lowest price sells for almost $900.
God damn.
The highest can go for as much as almost $6,000.
But that's buying them fully built.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 G's are in that.
Well, I mean, but again, you're probably paying mostly for labor there. Think how long it would
True.
put. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Look, I
And then
think
with the tariffs and everything else right now.
I do think we need more attention on this with the success that
Where
we've
you
had.
going, bro? It's not going to go anywhere.
Well, no, but let's put it this way.
I mean, it's a cute story. What do you think? You're going to have a line of people watching?
No, well, hear me out.
No,
We're Festival Town USA.
Yes, we are.
How come we don't have a festival around this if we're so good at it? You wouldn't go to a soapbox derby festival? I mean, you get
if it's $5 to park, my wife is out.
Tell me you wouldn't want to go watch this for a little.
I would. I would, but it would have to be very convenient because it's got to be boring as hell to watch.
That's why you put a festival around it. You do drinks, you do music.
Oh,
right?
there's booze?
Well, yeah. I mean, you let the kids race first, then you have the festival afterwards. Get a big old audience, right? The kids deserve an audience for all the work they're putting in here.
That would be a great event.
And then you have the alums that are still around that have won world championships. Ricky has to go through the parade twice.
How about that kid from the 50s? He may be around.
Yeah, he might.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
he could be my brother's age.
Yeah, or your age.
I was born late 50s.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't look like it, though. You look like you got run over by a soapbox derby car, and you got Zachney's disease, which was discovered by Gloria Steinem. Beck. Damn it. Let's take a break. What is Grace thinking?
Whatever.
Because this isn't a bad story. It's a good story.
No, it's a good story, but when I saw the picture of it, I was like, what? I've never seen one look like this before.
I'll tell you what this is, Kimmy. This is a dad's plan that went too far.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Who is this for?
What happened?
Who is this for? Look, we talk a lot about the town of Greece
Yeah,
and
yeah,
like
yeah.
what the government over there does, and like not all of the allegations are like never good.
Yeah.
This is a good story.
All right.
So like, don't get me wrong, it's awesome they have this, but like,
They went too far?
well, like, way too far.
Oh.
Way too far. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So last week, Thursday, Greece, the town of Greece, cut the ribbon on their brand new skate park.
Okay.
They have a skate park. It is on the campus of the town hall, and it's huge, 27,000 square feet.
God damn.
I'm looking at a picture of it, Kimmy. I mean, you got a lot of kids in the town.
Yeah, I mean that town hall has expanded so much. They have like that spray park and everything. I mean, like there's some cool stuff to do there for kids in the area.
And look, the fact that these kids have a place to go
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
skate, right, takes them out of other places, gives them something to do. All of this is a positive thing. Tommy, you've seen skate parks before.
Oh, yeah, we got one right downtown.
Yeah, they're just ramps, concrete,
Yeah.
right? That's all the kids
Yeah.
need. A couple of poles to like
Yeah.
grind
Yeah.
out. Greece, I guess, looked at those and said, "That's
We
not
can do
enough."
better.
Oh, really?
Boy, can they?
So they
We
stepped
can
up.
add to it.
The town of Greece's skate park has a theme.
A theme?
A theme. It's a Mediterranean-inspired Grecian
Yeah.
theme.
It looks like the Greek ruins.
Yeah. In the skate park, amongst the ramps and hills and things,
Yeah.
there are ruins.
Like you would see
the
like in
columns.
Europe?
Columns, stone,
Yeah.
like statues, fake plants,
Okay.
amongst all of these kids skateboarding.
They really went for the theme for sure, which is a first for me because I don't know of any other skate park that has a theme.
Nope.
But why would kids be interested in? I could see making a theme that would be for teenagers. What teenager really cares about ancient Greece?
So they don't. And
I mean, it looks
Leslie,
cool.
to who? A kid wouldn't care.
I mean, that's a point, right? Like, look, I get that you're going for the Greece theme.
Yeah,
All your
yeah.
schools,
Yeah.
except for Odyssey,
Right.
are named after,
right.
Spartans and Trojans
Yeah,
and all
yeah.
that stuff.
But it's for kids. To your point,
yeah.
it's not an educational park. It's a punk park.
No, I mean, bro, I'm looking, like, every angle of this skate park is the funniest damn thing you have ever seen
And
in
it
your
probably
life.
costs them a lot of money.
I can't, it says even in, there's a stone,
yeah.
there's a stone when you walk in, and it says Greece skate park in, like, Greek letters.
Oh, okay.
Carved into the stone next to a column that has fallen sideways and is, like, eroding.
Like in ancient times.
Yeah, you got it. Who is this for?
I don't know. Because like I just typed it, like, because I was wondering, like, are there themes at other skate parks? But like the other themes I'm looking at, it's like kid themed.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
Monster
Something that kids-
skate park.
Right.
You know, there's one that's like, you know, graffiti skate. Like they're you know, they kind of go along with the idea of a skate park.
But it doesn't even relate to modern
Well,
Greek
I get it.
life in Greece.
What do you want to do? Give him a bowl of rice?
I know.
No, like
What do you
life
mean?
is like in Greece, the town.
Yeah. I thought you meant the country.
No, I'm talking about like just what relatable to a kid that grew up in Greece.
Well, what would that be?
Well, yeah,
You know, old Camaros and fat girlfriends crying. Discarded cigarettes.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. The town of Greece opened a brand new skate park on Thursday. This thing is huge. It looks amazing, and it's themed to ancient Greece. And there are columns and plants and carved stones, and it looks like you're skateboarding through the Grecian ruins.
Yeah.
And who the hell needed? I'll tell you what this is, Kimmy.
What?
This is a dad idea that got way out of hand.
But somebody would have to. They
Yeah.
all have to vote on it, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, they could probably voted for the skate park, but I don't know after that who takes like creative control.
No, but that had to cost a ton of extra money.
Bro, it looks like
don't know.
Disney World.
Cement.
It
yeah.
looks like it's cement.
Yeah.
Cost a ton of money. I hear Ricky put it all together. The soapbox champion. Like, no,
Maybe it was easier to pass if it had a theme.
why?
Yeah.
It
We're gonna
costs,
make it look cool. We're gonna make it really centered around the theme of
but
Greece.
it just costs more money. I'll be honest with you. I kind of want to go down and look
I
at
do
it.
want to see it in person.
Like, that's how cool this thing
All
looks.
right.
It looks really cool, but I'm a 38-year-old sad man.
Right, yeah.
I'm not some 16-year-old.
Hello, young man.
Like, you know what it looks like?
What?
It looks like when you go to Niagara Falls and they have those weird, like, offshoot theme
Yeah,
parks.
yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
My fear would also be if you make something like this too nice or like too like put together, when stuff starts to like break down or get ruined, it upsets people.
Well, that
you know?
actually works for the Grecian ruins, though.
Yeah,
You-
Yeah.
You can't further ruin the
Yeah, but
ruin.
they're like new ruins now.
It's
Yeah.
crumbling.
No, but like, there's definitely going to be kids that are like going to try and jump off, grind on. Yeah, it just seems like a really bad idea. I mean, Hart was in the right place. I get the. No, I don't get the idea. I don't get the original idea. Just make him a skate park. Just make him a skate
So
park.
it's kind of gaudy.
Bro, I mean,
Right?
No, they go full theme.
It's over the
But that's
top.
gaudy town, man. You know Greece is gaudy town.
Well, they have a pretty cool community center there, though.
Yeah.
Did
If you're a kid.
Did the guy from Pittsburgh just say Greece is gaudy?
Yeah.
You mean where moms drive German military vehicles to go to Whole Foods?
Well, but it's not tacky.
You don't think
tactical.
You don't think driving a Mercedes G-Wagon to buy groceries is tacky?
No, it's high-end class.
Okay. No, it's not. It's not.
If you live in Greece and you have a Corvette with plow attachments and a tow bar, yeah.
That's functional, though. Because
Yeah.
the car makes the payments for itself is what it does. Can we take a field trip? I kind of want to go take a field trip.
I do want to see it now, too, because it probably looks pretty awesome.
I'm telling you,
For
man.
it's probably a beautiful bad idea. Right?
I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
Why is it a bad idea?
Because the stuff you added to it doesn't do anything for anybody. Like, it's not going to draw any more kids to go jump the Acropolis.
Well, I don't know. maybe it'll be a place kids prefer to go because we do have a few of them now.
But I don't
skate the ruins, man.
But I don't get why this would draw me as a
Oh,
teenager,
It wouldn't.
right? And I mean that one downtown is also now expanding. They're building on
But it's just basic.
Yes.
To your point.
Well, I guess
It's functional.
time will tell. Maybe kids will look at this and think it is
All right.
cool and want to go. I mean, if you're going to do like social media stuff, I guess that stuff in the background would make it look super cool.
Oh, there you go.
And I'm sure these kids out there skating
Yeah.
and rollerblading and BMXing and scootering.
So they're like statues, like Greek statues and stuff?
It looks
we
more
only
like
see a small portion in the story.
it looks more like columns and
Yeah.
stone
Okay.
and carved stone.
All right.
Well,
like old buildings.
No, not even it's degraded so much. It's just the columns.
Okay.
Just the columns, and the Greek letters carved into stone. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
Yeah. There is a community of people that go hiking.
Well, yeah.
Which we don't understand
Yeah.
in the room. But past that, there's this further smaller community of people who like to take drugs and go hiking.
Oh.
Kimmy, you're
okay.
aware of these people.
Yep.
Okay. 3 of them ended up in the news over the weekend just east of us.
They didn't work out the drugs in the trail at the same time?
Apparently not, because
Yeah.
the police were called for one of them dead.
Dead?
Dead. That's
Jesus.
It's not where the story ends, though.
Oh.
Nope.
we'll-
Not going to end how you think it will.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There are 3 men this morning that are either relieved in a way you can't understand or embarrassed beyond belief.
What happened?
Maybe both. Because coming to and realizing this was all a big misunderstanding would be like a 1,000-pound weight coming off your shoulders.
Yeah.
That is until you realize that you and your buddies are now a national news story as a warning to others to never do this under the influence.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:30. State lawmakers are moving to make buying concert and event tickets less expensive and way more easy.
It's great.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Nothing's ever easy, even when trying to make things easy. And even this idea has some major negatives to it. And we'll get to it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes just east of us in the Adirondack Mountains.
Oh.
And it starts with a tragedy.
Good hiking up that way.
Well, you'd think so.
What happened?
Yeah. 3 friends decided to go hiking in North Elba. And at some point during this hike, something went wrong. There was a call placed to 911 from the trail, one of these 3 hikers.
Yeah.
And it was actually from 2 of the hikers calling 911, telling the operator that they were lost and that their 3rd friend was dead.
Jesus Christ.
He's dead.
And they didn't know where they are.
No, they're lost and he's dead. A forest ranger raced to the summit of this mountain where they were.
Damn.
He located the 2 hikers who made the call, who were beside themselves that this hike that started with 3 of them, we're now down to 2.
So where's the dead guy?
Well, that's the issue.
What?
Their friend wasn't dead.
He came back to life?
Nope, wasn't even injured, never was ever hurt in any way.
So what happened?
Authorities said the hikers had taken shrooms.
His friend just magically appeared.
They didn't check the dosage?
I guess not. They were so messed up,
Yeah.
they believed legitimately that this person who was very much alive was dead. The 2 men who had made the call, high on shrooms, were taken to an ambulance to be checked out. The man who was dead but actually alive was taken back to their campsite. The trio eventually met up later, and it sounds like everyone is completely fine.
Okay, so the dead person never existed.
No, dead person existed, was never dead.
Dead.
Oh.
There were 3 guys.
There were
They
3.
hallucinated and thought he was dead.
I
Thought he
thought
was
they
dead.
hallucinated the 3rd guy.
No,
I
third
kind of
guy
thought
was
that
there.
at
No,
first,
I'm
too.
sorry.
No, but you did say he showed up. So,
Okay, gotcha.
So all
Because I was
3
thinking, how did you both have the same trip?
Yeah.
Like where you were both seeing
Pretty
the
good
same
mushroom.
guy.
So everyone's good.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that they were so messed up
Yeah.
that they called the cops thinking their friend was dead.
Yeah.
And lucky for these guys, their names were not released to the public because that is something you would never live down.
No.
Ever,
Yeah.
ever, ever. Tommy,
Yeah.
an incident like this,
Yeah.
when it's all over, do you laugh about it or do you never talk about it again?
I mean, I've had some pretty drunken experiences that made me look completely foolish.
Okay.
But I still kind of laugh at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in this,
I think because nobody was hurt, you can laugh at it. Nobody's
Yeah.
life was actually changed by it. You could laugh at it.
Yeah.
okay, but I want you to walk down this road.
Okay.
These 2 men that called 911 high on shrooms, they believed
Yeah.
their friend had died.
Yeah.
They were mourning him.
They were traumatized.
They were scared. Yes, there was a point where this man being dead was a reality for them.
Yeah.
Do you just bounce back from that?
Well,
Well, I wonder how much of it in the end you actually remember. I don't know. Like, I don't know how much of it you can recall or your emotions you felt.
Well, if you need a memory jog, again, this is international news this morning after it had happened late last week. I mean, I think this is one of those things you never talk about again.
do you go back to doing drugs?
Ooh, I hope not.
I would.
Yeah, you're an idiot, though.
But I like doing drugs.
That
I mean,
seems
I'm not
like
that
it's-
guy.
I like doing drugs, says man who's too afraid to even take a pot gummy now.
Well, because
Oh,
she scared
no.
me.
Oh, no.
Well, Queen Pot says, be careful, you listen.
That's all I said was just be careful. Take it in small doses.
She gave them
I was
to
just
you.
giving you instructions.
I don't know
It
what a
wasn't
small
warning.
dose of a candy is.
You take half a gummy,
Yeah.
isn't that the standard?
I don't know.
Oh, no. I'm
You didn't take it either.
You'll never know.
We're talking about you, not me right now.
I would think anytime the cops get called because something went wrong during your high, that may make you pull back a little bit.
That happened to my buddy. My buddy literally called the cops on himself because
Yeah.
he was so drunk. He hallucinated on beer.
Damn.
You know how much beer you got to drink? And I don't mean high-end beer. I mean, he hallucinated on Bud.
It's a beer hallucination.
Yes.
And by the way, I don't think you can hallucinate on a high-end
No.
beer.
You probably
Someone that can afford high-end beer doesn't drink it to the point where
you never get there.
Right?
Yeah. But he called the cops on himself, and he ends up now, he's completely straight, man. AA every day.
No, I think Kimmy brings up a good point. If the cops are called because you are under the influence, you're probably going to change the way.
It could straighten you out.
Yeah.
Maybe even if it's just temporary, I think first, you may have to think about it.
I got temporary in me.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about these three guys up in North Elba, Adirondack Mountains. They were hiking. They were high on shrooms. At one point, two of them called 911, told the operator they were lost and that their third friend was dead. Forest ranger raced up to the summit of the mountain to find the two men. Turns out this third hiker was not dead. They were just having a bad trip on shrooms. Everyone is fine. Their names were not released to the public. Also, I didn't see any charges in the story either, which is probably good for them.
Are those things legal or not legal?
Shrooms?
Yeah.
Not in New York State.
They are not legal.
Did they pass that prescription?
Oh, medical shrooms?
Medical
to feel good.
It's for PTSD.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going to stop talking now.
Well, that could be anything. But yeah.
That could be anything.
Can.
Could you have sounded more like a dick?
No, but I mean...
PTSD, prescribe me anything these days.
No, but I mean... I probably got some. You probably got some.
What do you have PTSD from? Being a rich kid?
You met my ex.
Everything always working out for you?
I did two tours.
I'm all stressed out. I got traumatic stress from everything always working for me despite being dumb and a dick. It's you.
Looks like they're trying to legalize it for specific medical conditions, but it is not currently legal in New York.
All right, so as we're talking, were you say something?
No.
As we're talking about the drugs here, I think there is another part of this story of the hikers and the shrooms and the Adirondacks we need to talk about.
What that?
So personally, I have never done any hallucinogens, right? Kimmy, have you?
No.
You did when you were in summer school at 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the last time?
Kind of.
Okay, what's kind of?
No, because I did ecstasy one time.
Is that a hallucinogen?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what they would categorize it as.
I think so.
You want to Google it?
I did that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think no, probably not then.
Okay. So just 12 years old.
Yeah.
In summer school.
Summer school, but that kind of makes sense. Southern summer school, you do some hallucinants.
Okay. Hallucinants?
Hallucinant.
By the way, I want to make fun of you, but I don't even know if hallucinogen.
I think you can call it hallucinant.
I've never heard of hallucinant.
Commonly known as a stimulant, ecstasy also has hallucinogenic properties.
Okay, so I got one of those under my belt.
2 times then. Look at you.
I did that one in Manhattan, son.
No big deal.
Yeah.
There are people, Kimmy,
Yeah.
who like to get high on whatever and go hiking through nature.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems...
For the experience?
Yeah, I don't know.
It seems like a super dangerous, dumb
It
idea.
sure does.
Seems like it could just be very overwhelming.
Okay, so you're thinking from the mind point of view.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of
I
kind
don't
of
know
where
if-
the cliff is.
Okay, so let's walk down
And
these two
dangerous,
roads.
yeah.
Let's start with the mind.
Yeah.
Well, you're the only one that's done this.
What?
Right? Like, is being out 252 WCMF to the people that have experience with shrooms and stuff like
Yeah.
that, whatever. Does being out in nature give you a better chance of a good trip or a better chance of a bad trip? Because I'm kind of with you, Kimmy. Like, all of these things that I'm not familiar with.
I can understand maybe going outside and getting some fresh air, but to be too deep into nature in that state of mind, it wouldn't be for me.
But you bring up the safety aspect of it.
Yeah.
Nature's already dangerous.
Oh, sure.
Right? You got animals.
Yeah.
When
You're alert.
Yep. Other people out there, you don't know their intentions.
Mm-hmm.
You got to navigate the terrain. In this case of the story, they're on a freaking mountain.
Yes.
And you're doing all of that
Yeah.
in an altered mental state. What is the idea behind getting messed up and putting yourself in the middle of the woods or on the side of a mountain or walking along a river?
I guess isn't it hallucinating in your house? You're just doing it outside to just get nature's point of view you high?
But again, I'm in my house. I'm safe.
Yeah,
it's a
but
safe space.
But I guess the different experience.
Maybe if you're somebody that does it often, it's not a big deal for you to be in a different place while trying.
You build up some tolerance.
But it is pretty remarkable the subculture of people that exists that take all kinds of drugs and go hike.
Function.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about go out in nature. Go camp, hike, walk. Like we know a couple of these guys. And that is insane to me.
But they seem to enjoy it.
Okay. Well, maybe we only hear about the good stuff.
Yeah.
The ones that come back.
Well, yeah, but obviously if we started missing our buddies.
They're missing an eye.
So going back to the original story here of these 3 guys that go hiking on shrooms in the Adirondacks, 2 of them think the third one is dead and call the cops. Would this end a friendship or make it stronger?
Well, you're all kind of into this, so I wonder if it's a bonding experience. Like if you didn't get talked into it, but like this is your crew getting high and walking.
Okay.
I think it kind of brings you together.
I mean, it does say a lot about the guys who were effed up that they called 911. Because, like, they didn't worry about getting in trouble.
Yeah.
No, they were
They're
concerned
worried
for
about
you.
your safety.
Yeah, they didn't try to concoct a story about why the friend was missing. They knew they effed up and this could look suspicious.
Yeah, these are good bros.
Yeah, yeah.
I say that's a good hike and buzz crew.
It's noble.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good. It's noble.
But do you also think it would change your relationship if you legitimately thought something bad happened to your friend and you're picturing now a world without them?
Like you
would that bring you closer?
That would
like
make the
I
bond
wouldn't
stronger.
want to lose you as a friend.
I don't know because
For a second, I
So
thought
like
we
you would
lost
stop doing that?
Stop
Like
doing.
you would stop doing drugs because you don't want to lose your friend?
No, I'm saying like you know how like you think about a person a certain way after they pass away. Like you only think about the good things about that person, and I don't know like how long this went on for, but you might start to miss that buddy and just do anything for another day with that buddy. And I'm thinking like maybe it would bring you closer as a friend because you now experienced a world where you thought they were gone.
Okay.
It would be weird though, because like the third guy, the guy who they thought was dead,
Yeah.
he didn't have this experience. He was just off tripping.
As far as we know.
So like the car ride home after everything's said and done, right? Like if they're like pouring their hearts out about how much they love you, that would get a little bit weird.
Yeah, it'd be like at your own funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like people getting up and talking about you.
Yeah.
Like they got a second chance with you, even though they didn't really. You were there the whole time.
I don't know though, because like Kimmy, I'll think about like Tommy dying,
Yeah.
and my wife will always ask me like, "Why are you smiling?" And I have to be like, "Nothing, never mind. Please." 252 WCMF. We were asking about drugs.
Yeah.
So Skylar called. Hey Skylar, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
I'm here with all your answers, brother.
Get it.
I live in my backyard is Letcher State Park.
I live in the mountains. You almost said.
I have tripped on LSD, mushrooms, and whatever you can think down in the Letcher Park with multiple people.
Okay.
But the downside is I had dreams that I can fly, and one time I was in there with.
Which is weird because you can barely tattoo.
You shut your ding dang dirty mouth, Tommy.
Ding dang dirty mouth.
There ain't been. Oh, never mind. So, I literally have dreams that I can fly. So I was tripping so hard in Letchworth. I'm looking at my buddy. Go, I think this is a dream, man. I bet I can fly across the gorge. And luckily, he held me back.
Yeah, luckily.
Yeah, shut up. I also came out of the gorge with 5 of my buddies tripping on acid and for a cop waiting for us.
Oh.
And she put all 5 of us in a cop Suburban, and because we were tripping, we were all talking about having sex with her or her sister. And then we got to the barracks, we were saying the same thing to the other cop about his daughter. It didn't turn out really good for any of us.
Yeah, I don't blame him on that one, Skylar. Don't blame him there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
There was
after
another time.
Nope, I don't want to hear any more stories, Skylar. Thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Bye, Skylar. Jeez.
Good God.
I feel like you could have came up with a better story than that.
Yeah.
Well, the moral of the story is maybe like, but he kept doing it though.
Stay away from Skylar.
It would just take one of my buddies being like, I think I could fly across this gorge.
Yeah,
and
I'm
be
done.
Like, let's never, ever think about doing this.
Because I would check out with a drinking buddy that said that to me, right?
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends on the drinking buddy again, too. 252 WCMF. We got a male perspective.
Yeah.
We are an equal opportunity
All
show. Let's talk to Daisy. Hello, Daisy.
Daisy.
Hello. It's been a while. What's up?
We've talked to Daisy before. I only know this because she's the only Daisy outside of Super Nintendo video games that exist in the world. Yeah.
No, well, last time I was on there, I was dip sucking Daisy. So.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you were saying Daisy. I'm sorry.
With the shrooms, I don't do acid. I have done shrooms, and I was really like not feeling it, but I was like a lot of people that were like, it's fine. So I've done it, and what ended up happening, everyone went to sleep. And I had a whole wedding reception in the living room with no people. But for some reason, there was people there, and I knew all of these people that didn't exist.
Oh.
And I was part of the, I was a bridesmaid. And then
Always
this
a
one guy woke
bridesmaid,
up and
even in your trips.
yeah, and this guy, he woke up. He goes, "Who are you talking to?" I'm like, do you not see like the wedding going on right now? And whatever. Hi, Don. And yeah, so stuff just happens, and I can't really explain it, but should be happening.
Okay, shouldn't be happening. Okay, well, thank you. That didn't help us at all.
Yeah.
At all, Daisy.
Yeah. That sucked.
Oh, you're welcome.
Go back to your wedding.
Bye, Daisy. I guess maybe people that take shrooms on a regular basis aren't the most reliable illustrators of what happens when
not
you're
really.
on shrooms. I don't know.
They seem to remember it pretty vividly, though. I don't know why. I just assumed like you know it would be blurry after it's all
Mind
over.
expanding.
But everybody's describing it in pretty solid detail.
Well, but I mean, the substances we've used makes you kind of blurry. Maybe.
Yeah, it clouds your judgment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it also.
Next thing you know, you're just walking around with Skylar.
All right, let's take a break. Maybe it's safer to go to like a concert.
Oh.
But I guess people do drugs there.
Oh, yeah.
Or a sporting event. No, that doesn't really help either.
Right.
Well, look, trying to get into a concert or a sporting event in today's day and age can cost you
Yeah.
a fortune. And that's even if you can get your hands on tickets. And some lawmakers in the state of New York have decided enough is enough.
Okay.
Right? Because there are people that exist just to make money on tickets that they're buying from the venue.
Yeah, so they're raking it.
In fact, some of these artists, teams, and venues do the same thing right out of the gate. So they have an idea. And this idea sounds like a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Although there are some potential issues.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You know what sucks? Trying to buy a ticket for any event.
Oh, that.
They're ungodly expensive right
Yeah.
off the bat. Then, if it's a big-time event and they sell out fast, you could be paying double, triple, 5 times.
Price the little guy out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, some folks in Albany say this idea is going to fix that.
This is perfect timing. Right after we've already sold all the tickets for summer concert season. Thank you.
And going even further,
Yeah.
some other lawmakers say this doesn't solve anything. It actually creates a bigger problem.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How about free tickets?
Yeah.
You can head to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a Grand Slam ticket 4-pack to see your Rochester Red Wings take on Jacksonville for a matinee game. Somebody wrote Manatee game.
Oh, wait. They're playing actual manatees?
Well, they're playing Jacksonville. They may be the Manatees.
How do they breathe?
Innovative Field, June 12th. First pitch is at 1:05. By the way, I hear a very handsome, bearded, talented man may be throwing out the first pitch for that
Oh,
game.
your dad's there? So it is manatee night.
Does too far. Ouch. Ouch. WCMF.com. Get yourself some tickets and come hang out with 2/3 of the break room for a little while over at Innovative Field with your friends from CMF. So here's the idea.
What happened?
A state lawmaker wants to totally eliminate ticket scalping.
How do you do that?
So the bill he presented would prohibit selling concert, sporting event, anything tickets for a profit. It would be illegal to sell tickets on the secondary market for a profit. The idea behind this.
So you would shut down all those sites.
You got it, yes.
All right.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Well,
we'll walk through
all
this.
right.
So the idea is prevent folks who have the capability to buy a bunch of tickets for the sole purpose
All
of
right.
flipping them. It would make tickets selling anywhere for above face value against the law in New York State. So not just StubHub, not just TickFlix or
Yeah.
Pick Sticks or Pixie Sticks. If you caught somebody with a pair of tickets in their hand outside of a stadium, that person's arrested.
Okay.
Do you like this idea?
No.
Why?
Why?
I mean, because it should be on the open market. I mean, everybody wants free enterprise. Why can't you turn a profit on a ticket?
Tommy Freedom's over here.
I mean, what's the difference? I mean, if you really want to see this band, pay.
I mean, you haven't been to a concert in a while, have you?
No.
No, I haven't.
I haven't paid for a concert since I dumped $6 on Peter Frampton in 1976.
So I understand why someone his age that doesn't get into the ticket market
I knew guys that made a living doing this.
yeah, and they were all scumbags.
Right, but scumbags got to eat and pay taxes too.
Go get a job.
They did. This one, it's a scummy job.
I mean,
And it's not scummy. It's literally like buying a stock
But
that
the
goes
way-
up in value when you sell it. How is that any different?
here's the difference
Because
because
the way
when
it's
I buy,
done now, you can buy it in such big quantities.
Yes.
You're pricing out majority of the fans.
That's how it works, man. You squeeze people to get all
it's
the
not
money.
like it's not like one. It's not like 6 pairs of tickets or like it's not like a handful of tickets. It's like
These
full
bots buy up the whole
sections.
thing.
well,
Yeah.
it's not just yes. And
We'll go after these damn bots.
when you think, bro, people run the bots, idiot. And by the way, it's not like buying a stock. When you buy a stock, you're investing money into a company.
Well, you're
This-
investing your money in this ticket.
No,
that's
but-
going to go up in value. That's a stock.
The company benefits from people buying stock. Nobody benefits from people buying blocks of tickets because if someone else was going to buy them, it's not like the person running the show, performing in the show, makes more money. Like, I mean, look, the Bills have, as of this season, one of the lowest ticket prices in the NFL,
Yeah.
which is great. If, those season ticket holders that own 12 seats, when they sell those tickets for 4 times face value, Josh Allen doesn't get more of that money. The franchise doesn't get more of that money. The guy selling pretzels doesn't get more of that money. It's just some guy.
Yeah, but why is that bad?
What does it do? You want a
It puts-
middleman?
it puts money in that guy's
You're a big
pocket.
fan of, I'm sorry, I forgot. Tommy 1%er over here, big fan of middlemen.
Yeah, but those guys, it's like a rocking chair, situation.
That's the argument here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I like when
against
people have easy money coming to them. Everybody's pissed off, but everybody wants easy money.
We're not saying like you can't make your money back on the tickets because that part of this bill is like you can resell your tickets for face value. It's
Yeah.
not like you're out on the tickets.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. The argument is it would give an average everyday person a better chance to see the artist they want to see,
All right.
a diehard Bills fan versus the person who can afford to spend 5 times the face value of a ticket and just wants to be there to be seen. But there are folks who say this is a bad idea.
Okay, so what's the downside?
So one, there is the argument being made of free enterprise.
Right.
Right.
But
This is
built America.
Yeah, no, it's not like free enterprise is. I'm not gonna go down a rabbit hole. This bill would also eliminate tickets being set aside for VIPs. So think things like platinum credit card holders that get day early access to big artists.
Yeah.
That would be eliminated. Some folks don't like that. Some folks are also arguing, Kimmy, that wiping out the secondary market for profit gives other people an advantage to buy tickets over some. For example, bums.
Bums?
The argument is being made that if I have a 9-to-5 job that I cannot get away from, the person who doesn't have much going on can sit on multiple phones and computers to get their tickets right when they go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., which is a traditional concert ticket time, right? And there's no motivation for them to resell them later because they can't make a profit. So even though the tickets are cheaper, fewer people would have the opportunity to actually get those tickets because they don't have a chance to get on the line on the queue. If I'm working, I can't jump on Ticketmaster, right? And that is a valid argument.
Okay.
Most people can't just shut their lives down to jump on Ticketmaster.
Yeah, because you have to be. It's not like something you just click on and wait. Like you have to be so active when it is your turn to pick those seats.
Yes.
Like it happens so fast, and you have to be very alert and ready to go.
Can I say there aren't many times I feel alive anymore?
Yeah.
The juice you get when you get in that way.
Like you'll
go.
Have tickets in your cart and be like, oh, those are sold. What about this section? I don't know. Like you have to pick so fast.
I sports gamble, and I get more of a rush from when I get into that. Like, pick your seats, go now, do it again, go. All right, so you want people to have the ability to profit off of tickets.
Yeah, because my theory is that the market's going to shake itself out because they're going to price themselves out of business if they get too greedy because nobody can buy your goddamn tickets because you went too high. And so you can't sell at these venues. The price will come down. The market will regulate itself.
But
that's why everything's great in America.
No, but the venue is selling out. That's what you're missing, you idiot.
No, but I'm saying like you'll start pricing out people. They won't make any money because people. The prices will be too high. The prices will come down.
Yeah, when's that going to start?
It'll happen. You got to be patient.
When? You got to be patient. People are
That's
spending.
the problem with your generation. You want everything right now.
It's your generation.
I want everything face value.
Bro, people were spending 5 times the value of a ticket to a Bills game last year.
And obviously, they got it.
People are spending thousands of dollars to see Beyonce, Kendrick Lamar, Taylor Swift,
Let
all these
'em.
artists. The Weekend that's coming to Toronto that my daughter keeps begging me to
Weekends are very expensive for most people.
Okay.
It's funny you have this take until like there's gonna be somebody that comes around that you want to see, and you're gonna look at it. These tickets are $500. Who's paying $500 for these tickets?
Like think about when Johnny Jazz Hands comes to Jazz Fest next year.
What does that sound like when he's on stage?
I'm Johnny Jazz Hands. Skibbity bop boop bop dip bop. Oh, he's so talented the way he does skibbity bop. Boop bop boop bop skibbity bop boop bop.
That's $500.
Yeah, for Johnny Jazz Hands. It's not even a premium show. We're not even talking about Jimmy Jazz feet.
I also hope it would help cut down on scam tickets because like there have been a couple times where my dad he gets very confused now buying tickets for events, and he'll always end up on like some website because he found them cheaper because all the other ones are so high that he can't comprehend like why tickets would be so high. So he'll find like these weird cheap tickets somewhere,
And they're scams.
And I'm like, Dad, I don't think that this is a legitimate website. Like, he just has a tough time navigating where to buy tickets because the prices are so all over the place.
I am impressed that her father still likes to go to concerts because he's my age and I want nothing to do with
Bro, I don't know the last time you've been to it. There's a lot of I'm surprised you don't like to go to concerts. Well, I mean, we're in a different world.
Yes. I also can't hear anymore. Like, even Johnny Jazz Hands, they need to tone it down.
Well, and he can't even do sign language on account of all the jazz happening with his hands for you to understand. 252 WCMF. State lawmakers are pushing to pass a bill that would completely eliminate ticket scalping. It would be illegal to sell concert, sporting event tickets, whatever, for a profit in New York State, anything above face value. There may be one way to wipe all these issues out without even having to change the law.
How?
But it'll make it a pain in the ass for everyone. Go back to old school paper tickets.
Like regular ticket.
And only sell them in person. If you wipe out the online ability to buy tickets, those bots are irrelevant.
But people can get scammed there too.
But you could also sell those tickets though, right?
You can, but here's the thing.
I mean, you can't do it in front of the venue, but
you would get arrested for that. And like, how many people are going to be able to stand in line and buy 500 tickets to an event? Like, have folks line up at the box office or the Hog or outside the arena the day they go on sale.
Certain locations.
I mean, it's going to ensure that diehard fans get the first access to games, to events.
I doubt we're ever going to go back to that, though.
You're probably right.
It's too convenient to do it the other way, right?
Yeah, but it also.
And I mean, you talk about what time do you do it?
You're
where,
right.
Like the most people would have a chance.
You're absolutely right.
Unless you could just lock it to your phone. Like you bought that ticket on your phone, and and you can't transfer it.
So there are some places that have done that.
I thought the NFL kind of had that. Like, you could only sell it on their site.
Oh, no, so that's different. Yes,
Oh.
but you can still sell it for a profit on their site. There are
Oh.
some artists who have sold tickets where it was, again, you could not remove it from your phone. You bought the ticket. It's
That's
yours.
the way to go.
Here's the problem.
What?
People's plans change. They
Yeah,
get sick.
I mean, you do kind of screw
But that's a
a
small
fan that just
percentage of
wants to give their ticket to somebody else.
I mean, there's
you
no perfect situation, but I would think that's the one. You lock it on the phone.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't hate that idea. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I do miss the days of lining up for paper tickets.
Oh,
Now,
sure. There was an excitement to it.
like, as a Sabres fan, I can remember, like, during the 05-06 playoffs, I'm not the only one. Like, when the game was over, running down to Tops, because they sold that was the box office for Sabres tickets at the time. Like, when they won a playoff series, you sprinted down to Tops to get in line at the ticket terminal to try and get tickets for the next round. And it was like you're watching, like, game one, game two, game five if necessary. Okay, we're in, absolutely. But you had this, you were also in line, whether it was a concert or a sporting event, with this community of people.
Yeah, like-minded.
Yeah.
They love what,
We're
it
all
was
there for the same reason.
It was great.
Yeah.
Like what we had.
Oh, you lost.
And what we gave away. There may be an even simpler solution for all of this.
What's that?
Cap what tickets can cost for different events. A concert ticket at face value can't exceed $1,000 with fees. An NFL ticket can't exceed $500 with fees. Maybe you make exceptions for suites. Because you can make a serious argument. That's not even an argument. It's a fact. Between food, merchandise, parking, sponsorships, that leaves the people putting the events on and the people performing with plenty of money to be made.
Okay.
And you can even make the argument that it's not eliminating free market because there's a ton of taxpayer money that goes into every arena that puts on these shows and sporting events.
The taxes, buddy.
So if you're going to take our money to build the building, well, the trade-off would be you can't charge more than X.
Okay.
It'll never happen.
No.
Too many conflict of interest
Mhm.
between the lawmakers and the promoters and the sports teams and the ticket distributors. There is one interesting part here.
What's that?
And, don't get me wrong. Other than Tommy, no one likes scalpers. They suck. But it is funny that the lawmakers are going after folks who try to buy 20 tickets to a Taylor Swift show via bots.
Yeah.
As opposed to the companies who are charging $3,000 face value for a ticket to a Taylor Swift show in the first place. It does kind of feel like the wrong people to go after.
All right, the guy, the original promoter who's making all the money?
What companies do you mean?
Companies that set the initial price, right? Because even those prices are absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I agree with
you're
you.
talking about the original, not even on the secondary market?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
The promoter.
Yes, five times the price of a ticket is ridiculous on the secondary market. But the initial price of that ticket
was also crazy.
It's obscene.
Yeah.
It's obscene. And if you knew what these artists were actually getting, you want to support the artist, fine. They're not getting the amount of money you think they are.
Well, yeah, there's a big, everybody's got to get paid.
Exactly. I don't like it.
But then again, the promoter goes, I also lose my ass on a lot of these shows, so I got to make it up on these big guaranteed shows to cover the other shows.
Oh, I forgot.
that I got to risk.
Yeah.
A half a house.
Did he say that talking out of his ragtop BMW?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When he was driving by?
Yeah.
Lighting a cigar on.
Yeah, no big deal.
Lighting a cigar with $100 bill.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah, that
man.
guy.
You know how this business works. Don't sit here and argue for these people.
Well, I mean, I've seen it from both sides. The scumbag and the people that get scummed.
Scum.
You know what? Every now and then, I see a in-person ticket scalper. And
Yeah,
I always wonder,
got tickets right here?
Yeah, and I always wonder, how many people could there even be at this event that you can sell to? Who's coming here without tickets at this point?
I mean, that was also another romantic thing back in the day.
I've just, every now and then you see one or two guys out there during a Bills game or during a concert, and I'm just like, what's your pool of people anymore?
No, but when I was on the road doing comedy, or Bills games before I had my season tickets when I was in my 20s, right? I loved just rolling up to the arena.
Taking a shot.
Yeah, let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Right?
After kickoff, they're going to be cheap.
Oh, I'm going to see kickoff.
But if you didn't need to, you get a nice discount.
Not missing kickoff.
Oh, can't miss it.
No, you're not going to miss
First
it.
10 seconds of the game.
And the negotiation was fun too, right?
Yeah.
You were doing a little dance together. I really, really loved that whole thing. And that's gone too. Because there's no way, Kimmy, digitally I'm going to pay someone to transfer something to my phone.
It is a little sketchy.
It's a scamola. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's back, baby.
What's back?
Well, Rochester is a beer town.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of that is thanks to Genesee Brewery, then the evolution of all of the craft breweries across the greater Rochester area. But Genesee, that's the name everyone
Oh, yeah,
recognizes.
number one.
And The Genesee brewery of today, Jenny beer of today,
Yeah.
is much different than the Jenny beer that we grew up with. Because, dare I say, Kimmy,
What's that?
they've made us a fruit town. And we'll get into it. I'm not talking about Tommy's outfit next year in the break room on CMF. I mean, time changes everything.
Oh, sure.
But this might be the most remarkable change we've seen in Rochester.
Really?
Well, bigger than Kodak, Xerox,
Oh, yeah.
right? All that
A
stuff.
lot of changes.
Bigger than all of the cultures that have come and gone and grown and shrunk. The fact that this company, having existed for over a century, may have made us into this.
What?
You're hanging on the tower. You're hanging on the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock, there are some folks that live in Irondequoit that are very upset.
What happened?
It's a little smelly. And they say they know where the smell's coming from. But officials...
It's not our buddy that lives out there.
Which one?
Because his act stinks.
We'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. We'll start this story with the Jenny Brewhouse.
What happened?
Well, they say they are transforming this summer into a tropical paradise with live music and tropical-themed food to celebrate the return of their mango peach kolsch. It's one of their summer themed beers.
Yeah.
All right, so there will be certain days where they'll be having like these tropical parties.
Fun.
So, yeah, a good time.
Hey, young people go out there.
Yeah.
See a little bare skin on the ladies.
That's not what? No.
Yeah, they have the summer dresses. and stuff.
Why would you do that?
We had a good thing here.
You had to ruin it. The sexual talk.
You did.
In the summertime.
And by the way, you said kids. Like, have you been to the Jenny Brewhouse?
Well, I figure it's for young people.
No. It's people of all ages.
Like the 25 and up.
A lot of guys your age in coconut bras and crest skirts walking around.
Well, you didn't tell me that.
So, I mean, this beer has done so well, Kimmy, that they're transforming their bar a couple of times this summer so people can come out and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are we a fruit beer town now?
You'd have to be if you break it out every summer.
Well, and it's not just this beer. The grapefruit was a huge hit for Jenny, the Ruby Red Kolsch.
Yeah.
What was the purple one from last year? It wasn't great.
Don't you do a cranberry one, too, for like the
There
holidays?
was a cranberry orange one during like the fall season.
Like Thanksgiving.
I don't know about purple.
There was a purple one last year. God, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. What the hell was it? What was the? My wife drank it. It was a purple one. And then there was also the pineapple Kolsch that they did.
Yep.
Most of them have been massive success. And the weirdest part about it is
What's that?
there's a segment of the population that always drank fruity beer.
Yeah.
Right. But there are lots of folks who thought they would never enjoy this that love it.
Yeah.
I am one of them. I love that Ruby Red Kolsch.
It's a guy's drink now where 30 years ago was not.
No, see, but the way you're saying that is even a dick move.
No, but I mean, there was certain drinks back in my day that go, oh, that's for the chicks.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of what an equivalent to like a fruit-infused beer would have been for
Wine
you.
cooler.
Zima was a big one, and wine coolers. Well, wine coolers were for ladies, but the big one that broke the male barrier was Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Oh, good
You would
call.
see guys at parties drinking that.
Okay.
And that was like the first one I saw, like, oh, I thought that was for just the ladies.
Black cherry vanilla. Thanks, Nick.
All right.
Nick got us on that one.
Man, that's got to be sweet as a mofo.
Yeah, my wife enjoyed
It'd
it.
make my teeth hurt.
Okay.
That's too sugary.
Thank you for that.
Like drinking a popsicle.
People liked it.
Yeah.
Do they still sell it? I haven't seen it. In a while.
I think it might be seasonal too,
Okay.
or maybe they were just testing it out. I don't know.
So here's what's weird. I mean,
What's
for
that?
years and years and years and years and years and years, Jenny was known for men's.
Oh, yeah,
beer.
it was old man beer.
Right? I mean, even the way the bottle was shaped, it looked like it fit best in an old man's hand.
Yeah.
We designed our bottle for old men. And out of nowhere, I mean,
Yeah.
Jenny had the resurgence, which has been
But
fantastic.
they were brilliant.
But what does that say about us? As a community, that we are just consuming these beers that, you're right, 20 years ago, we never in a million years would have even thought of trying.
Right, they remarketed themselves.
Do you also think though, with the expansion of like the White Claws and that style of drink, beer companies also kind of adapted to people's tastes in those other style drinks?
Yeah, I get what
like people
yes.
want something maybe a little bit fruitier, a little bit lighter, especially in the summertime. So this is kind of like our beer version of that.
No, I'm sorry.
It's the rise of the soft boy. Soft beer boy. Drinking all summer in his little soft outfit.
Kimmy, you're right. I
You
guess what's,
enjoying your little beer there, Gunther?
what's weird about this is, one, Jenny wasn't known for it, and they became very successful with it, right? And two, the idea that guys who you never in a million years would have thought would have had that can in their hand are doing it. I get making it for people who have that idea of what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Like that palate, like, this
Yeah.
is what I want. There were always guys that drank wine coolers.
Yeah.
There were guys that drank Mike's Hard Lemonade. There were guys that drank Zima, right? But you see guys that did not like this stuff all of a sudden, like, wow. Like the trust in Jenny was so strong that a guy that would not have put that in his mouth put it in his
It
mouth.
became socially acceptable. Be seen out.
Or you just figured out like, hey, there's good tasting stuff that I enjoy and I'm not ashamed to enjoy it.
Okay, but that's existed for like centuries. But guys are always ashamed to enjoy it. What made us not ashamed
what was
to
the
enjoy
turning
it?
point?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And I guess my hypothesis is Jenny is such a trusted company that's been around for so long.
Yeah, but there were other beers that put out, like, remember when like the lime beer was big for a little while?
God.
I mean, like, this was an idea a while back, you know what I mean? And they must have had enough success where they kept it around.
But I always thought the Bud Light Lime was just their version of Corona.
Yeah, that's what they were shooting for.
Yeah. No?
I don't know.
But
It
even
doesn't taste
Corona's
anything like
at first, with dropping the lime in there and stuff, that was kind of a ladies' drink.
It was?
It first was.
No.
I mean, most guys were not going to put a slice of lime in their beer. That was just like ridiculous.
And I also wonder if, with the expansion of craft breweries, if like those bigger companies, those bigger beer production companies, kind of saw that people like different stuff that those craft breweries were putting out, and kind of made their own version of that.
Okay, so I guess it's a chicken egg argument then, right? What came first? The craft breweries putting out these weird fruity beers that people enjoyed, or the bigger breweries taking a swing, which gave these little breweries the opportunity to be like, oh, we can make money with this? I don't know.
I don't know either.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, Jenny announces over the weekend their brew house will be transforming into a tropical paradise a couple of times this summer with live music, tropical-themed food to celebrate the return of the Mango Peach Kolsch. And we're a fruit beer town now, man. Does that hurt?
I never thought of it that way. No.
No?
Embrace your fruit.
We're going to embrace our fruit
Hold your
beer
fruit.
love?
Yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't think less of a man for holding one of these during a cookout now?
Not now. I would before.
You're afraid to try it because you know you're going to like it.
I'm not. I don't like sweet stuff.
Some of it isn't sweet. It's just like the hint of that flavor, man.
I don't get. I don't get like grapefruit in my beer. That sounds nasty.
Again, I thought the same thing, and I can't get enough of that stuff.
But I also don't like those IPAs. They're too chalky.
Well, that's a whole different taste.
No, everything that's different, he just loops into one
IPA.
big. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not an IPA.
Yeah, but I put it in that group of
it's not.
hipster, chalky, over the top beer.
It's not chalky. Not even close.
I feel like chalky is also the bad word to describe it.
I know what you mean. He's just
It just tastes like there's too much in it.
he's flailing his arms, trying to hit anything in the dark. Is what he's doing.
No, I'm giving you my beer feeling.
No, but you don't have
beer feelings.
Your opinion is irrelevant
You're
because you
actually
never.
not even like a big beer guy. Period, though.
No, I like those Guinness.
I
have
like
one.
Guinness because I think it makes me look classy. That's what it is. You think
I'm drinking your roots,
you
bro.
like but that's what pisses me off is you drink Guinness because you like the way the glass looks in your hand. That
It
is
looks stylish.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
No,
I look high end Irish.
like if
I look like a Kennedy.
no, you don't.
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
you look like a couple of Kennedys at the end. Let's take a break. You got to feel for these people.
What happened?
Well, like there are some things that can happen near your house where
Yeah.
they suck, but you find a way around it.
All right.
This is not one of those things. It just permeates absolutely everything. And the fact that they're not getting used to it lets you know how bad it
Do
actually
they know
is.
where it's coming from?
They say they do. Neighbors are convinced this is where it's coming
All
from.
right.
But then comes in the government bureaucracy, folks making money, trying to shift the blame. And it means that this may not get fixed at all.
And we're coming into stinky season.
Oh, well, bro, if it's already stinking,
If it's going to be 90 on Wednesday, oh my God.
we'll get into it. Tell you what's going on next here in the break room on CMF. There are some things people just cannot tolerate where they live.
Yeah.
Folks say crime's a big one.
Right.
Wild, loud neighbors, that can run people away. But what folks are dealing with in this east side town,
It's the worst.
might be.
Yeah.
And the ass kicker here, capital ass, experts say they cannot figure out exactly what the issue is that is keeping this place so smelly.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30 this morning, Delta is under fire for something they allowed to happen on their plane.
Oh.
And it's not dirty.
Okay.
It is not sexual. No one was offended.
But they were still in trouble?
Well, they're not. Trouble's the wrong word, I think.
They lowered their prices?
No. It was 2 hours of this.
Oh.
And Kimmy, how anyone imagined this was going to go well?
I don't know.
You know you're like this when it's your own kid.
Oh, kid.
We'll get to that. Also, do not forget,
Yeah.
we are in our final week of submissions for the Rochester Sexiest Dads competition. We have crossed the plane of 20 dads that have put themselves up, WCMF.com. Again, the winner walks away with a watch valued at $500 from our friends at Heritage Jewelers. You have until Friday at noon to go to WCMF.com and submit your photo before voting starts next week. And I got to tell you, man,
Yeah.
there's some beefy dads up
Yeah, you said you were enjoying the site.
there's one guy.
You can't get off it.
Damn. Damn. Way to go, boys. So go check that out at WCMF.com.
A lot of abs this year.
Yeah, which I didn't think
Yeah.
we had this many abs amongst
Who
all
knew?
of the fathers,
Well, you say,
period.
hey, but abs could be anything.
What?
Abs are like, I got abs. You don't want to see them.
No, you didn't. You don't.
Well, they're ab located.
Yeah.
They're ab located.
Yeah, they're regional abs.
All right, Kimmy, you saw one of the new dads.
Yeah.
Well, her old man's got abs.
Well, I'm
man.
saying that's why I'm asking.
Boy's a rock.
Impressive?
You could do your laundry on his chest.
Oh, I mean, you got to be impressed by abs.
Okay. Kimmy's into it. What's up, boys?
You should have them by now.
No, there's no way.
Well, you work out?
Yeah, that ain't happening.
No day off?
Hashtag no days off. Hashtag stay
No
ready.
abs.
I don't think I'm genetically predisposed to abs.
There are people that just don't get them.
That's the excuse I'm using. Not that I have just a layer of fat
Yeah.
that will always exist.
No, it's just how you're shaped.
Yeah, it's
too.
probably what our problem is.
Yeah.
That's probably it. It's probably
We got the bad shape.
Yeah, bad ab shape. Shut up. So go submit WCMF.com. Folks who live in Irondequoit off of St. Paul have a problem.
What's that?
It smells like ass.
St. Paul's a little stinky.
Now, not all the time.
Stench.
Not all the time. Folks who live over there say every day is different.
Well, is it because how the wind blows? That's why you're smelling it, and some days you're not?
All right, so story on News 8.
What?
Talk to some people who deal with this every day. They say there are some days where, to your point,
Yeah.
they'll catch a whiff with the wind. There are other days, however, where they say the smell is so bad and constant.
How bad is it?
That it seeps through their doors and
Oh,
windows
it gets in the house.
and
Yeah.
into their home.
Oh,
Can't even
God.
escape it.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Seems like a problem with a simple solution. You think you find the source of the
Yeah.
smell, take care of it there. But there's a problem with that.
What's that?
Story on News 8 says the folks who live in this neighborhood
Yeah.
believe the smell is coming from a wastewater treatment facility that is part of the Eastman business plan.
That would make sense.
In fact, the state DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation,
Yeah.
says they found multiple violations over the years at the plant, including some related to the equipment that is supposed to control the smell.
Oh, so there you go.
Open and shut. However,
What?
the treatment plant says they fixed all that.
Oh, wait. So they self-regulated and said, no problem.
They did say they fixed it.
Wait,
They said the smell is not coming from them.
We didn't dealt it.
You got it. In the story, the treatment plant says folks in the neighborhood could be smelling anything. They argue.
Any bad smell.
Well, Kimmy, they argue that they live close to the zoo. Maybe that's what the smell is.
The
But they've
zoo.
always lived there.
The zebra ass.
Well, zebra ass pretty stenchy.
I didn't know. I never get that close.
They also say there are other industrial facilities that belong to Monroe County in the area that could be guilty. And they cite the 1974 Supreme Court decision of Smelt It versus Delta.
Okay, there you go.
The bottom line is this.
But-
With all the arguing and nothing being done about it,
Yeah.
the folks who live there are stuck and the smell keeps coming and there is nothing
Man.
they can do and nothing is being done to make it better.
And you want to get outside. It's summer.
Yeah.
And now you got to deal with this.
Smelly
Gonna
summer.
really put a damper on your summer.
Put a dumper on your summer. Right, guys? No? 252 WCMF. Thank you. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Is bad smell the worst thing you can deal with where you live?
It has to be right. If it's a stench that's like all over and it's getting into the house, that's got to be one of the tops.
You know what's funny? They don't actually describe what it smells like in the story.
Oh.
Because there's a
It's not
difference.
like rotten eggs or,
Yeah,
the
I
way
mean, like-
people describe some of like the dumps that they live near.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, there is a difference between dump, rendering
Yeah.
plant, wastewater facility. Like, there isn't an actual description. If there are folks that live in the area, go through the area, 252 WCMF, what is the smell? Is it straight up poo? Does it smell like poo?
Oh, like raw sewage.
Well, I mean, if it's a water treatment facility.
That would be sewage.
Okay. So you say, Tommy, smell the worst thing.
It's got to be right up there.
Would you agree?
What I would tolerate in my neighborhood? Or
I don't know, because I do think like after a while, like you're obviously like embarrassed when people come over that things smell, but I do think after a while you may get used to it.
But that sucks.
But you're never gonna get used to like a loud noise or neighbor. That's gonna keep you up at night. I would almost think the noise. A noise problem is going to be worse than a smell.
Okay, so let's walk through.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Of all the worst things you can deal with where you live.
Yeah.
Let's start with the noise and loud neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying, Kimmy, you would much rather have a smelly house than a loud house.
We already got that.
I think so, because I mean I could try. There are certain things I guess I could try to battle the smell inside my home, like
How much
light some
Febreze you buying?
candles. I don't know. Do like an air purifier. I don't know. But the noise you can't do anything about.
I mean, you can keep calling the cops. Eventually, it's going to get.
Yeah, you
don't
can
think-
locate
I
it
don't
at
think
least.
so.
At least you know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
This mystery stank.
Mystery
stank. Are you ready for Mr. Mystery stank?
As somebody who has lived near a loud neighbor, no matter how many times you call the cops, doesn't. It may solve the problem temporarily. They become loud again.
Okay, but here's the problem with that. And I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I think a few sleepless nights will do it for you.
Okay, if you live near a loud neighbor,
Yeah.
you don't wake up the next day, put on a sweatshirt, walk into work, and your sweatshirt is loud.
Yeah.
If you live in a smelly place, those smells start to permeate your
Oh, yeah, it gets-
hair,
yeah,
your
everything.
clothes,
Yeah.
right? Like, you all of a sudden become smelly coworker, and it's not even your fault.
I would rather live next to a serial killer. Listen, at least they put lime on their stuff. They try to cover up the stink. Stink, like, you just gag on it.
You
man.
had like 2
Well,
days.
yeah, but isn't your family used to that?
You had 2 days of a loud neighbor when the PJ was in town.
God, yeah.
And you
With those
wouldn't.
ball washers.
You didn't stop talking about it
True.
for years.
But the PGA finally left.
That's my point. The neighbor wouldn't leave.
All right, so
All right.
Kimmy says loud noise worse than smell. Is loud noise worse, or excuse me, is smell worse than crime? Would
Crime.
you rather live in a neighborhood where
Crime-ridden, but smells nice.
Well, here's the thing. Crime-ridden is an interesting way because everyone's idea of crime-ridden is differently. Let's say you have a rash of break-ins on a pretty regular basis in your neighborhood. Is that worse than smell?
Yeah, I think my wife would want to move if it was crime.
So you got a choice between smelly neighborhood or crime-ridden neighborhood. She's going to take smelly neighborhood.
I think with those two choices, probably, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to live scared.
Get in your fear.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather be gagging than live in fear.
Or have it cost you money because stuff gets taken, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, insurance covers that.
Yeah.
And Tommy would be so
Still a
excited
pain to
about the
deal with.
gagging.
Well, I'd rather gag than, fear.
No, I
You've seen me gag.
oh, yeah, boy, have I.
Yeah.
Any joke I do is going to
Yeah,
get us
that's
fired,
it.
so we're just going to leave this alone. All right, well, how about this? So Kimmy argues loud is worse than
Yeah.
smell. You're agreeing crime is worse than
Yeah.
smell. Smell or traffic? You live on a busy street, hard to get in and out of your driveway. Everywhere you go takes 15 minutes no matter what minimum. Would you take smelly neighborhood or traffic neighborhood?
I'm taking traffic over smell.
You think so?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because at least it's not making me nauseous.
Okay. I mean, think about everything that adds to your day. I mean, there are people now with construction going on the east side with
Oh,
those
yeah,
bridges,
sure.
folks that live in Greece, parts of Henrietta, where you can't leave
Like,
your
what if it
house.
took you like 5 minutes just to pull out of your driveway?
And it's dangerous every time you do it. Like those
Yeah.
folks that live on,
Really busy roads.
Ridge Road,
Yeah.
Jefferson Road, East Henrietta Road, where you got to back out of your driveway in the middle of rush hour traffic.
It is funny, like when I was a kid, I lived on busy places, and I had apartments. It never bothered me.
Yeah.
Like I never thought about it.
Okay.
But now that I'm old, I
Yeah.
realize I don't like busy streets anymore. But I never thought about it.
You'd also have to get used to the noise, the potential noise of traffic.
But that's
right?
almost soothing, almost like living in a city.
Yeah, no, I'm with
Yeah,
you on that.
I guess you'd get used to that.
Yeah, if you ever had a hotel in Manhattan, it's just background noise. It's almost soothing.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the story going out going on out in Irondequoit, the St. Paul area, neighbors there say the whole place smells like ass. There are days where sometimes the wind takes it. They say there are other days where the smell is so bad it permeates their doors and windows into the house. They believe it is a wastewater treatment facility in the Kodak area.
Yeah.
Old business, Eastman Park over there. However, the company that is in charge of that, who, by the way, has been cited for broken equipment that controls the smell, says it's not them.
No,
They're
no
arguing
problem.
it could be the zoo, it could be some other facilities that Monroe County owns. But long story short, there is nothing being done and nothing these people can do to stop it.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Could it be the river? Just the flow of that nasty-ass river water.
Wouldn't that affect more people, though, more than just that street?
Well, because of how
Like,
that
you mean
works.
like everyone along the river?
No, because right there you got Somerville and you got West Irondequoit right there.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe it's worse when it hits there.
There's-
Because that river stank.
There's a river smell. It's not poo.
No, but it could be this time
You
of the year.
think because it's brown, it's got poo
I think
in
they
it.
release the poo this time
No,
of the
they
year.
don't release the poo.
They release the downstate poo
They
into the
don't.
river. And all that farm poo.
They don't
There's
release.
farm poo runoff.
There's not like a valve of farm poo. No, they
valve
don't
of
have a
poo.
big valve.
It says
It's not
poo.
big enough where you could do it with one hand to
They got-
unscrew it. No, because people are going to listen to this and be like, Thomas said they put poo in the river. And there's somebody
But they don't put it in there, but they had to get rid of it somehow.
Troy writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us.
Yeah.
He says, I have the opposite problem. I live near the Wegmans Bakery by the airport, and it always smells like cookies. Shut up. Shut up, Troy.
I mean,
yeah, it
you would
smells
always
like
be
cookies.
hungry for sweets.
Yeah, but that's a good problem to
Oh,
have.
yeah.
Oh, no, I smell like cookies again today. Shara writes us.
Shara?
S-H-A-R-A. Shara.
name.
What? She looks like a Shara.
All right.
Clifton Springs has a natural sulfur springs that makes the town smell like rotten eggs, but the smell isn't always there, and it doesn't always suck. All right, poo or rotten eggs, which one?
Kind of the same thing.
No.
Like when you eat an egg, there's like an ass taste to it.
No, there isn't. What
There's
eggs?
a little bit. When you crack an egg, there's a little bit of ass.
What
to
kind of eggs are you eating,
It comes
man?
out of a chicken's
That-
ass.
No, it
That
doesn't
it-
come out of its
You're
ass.
saying it
Yes, it does.
tastes
Where do you
like
think
it?
chickens come from? The egg comes out of the ass. What?
Get the smell. You can't say it tastes like that.
No, but there is a assy kind
Then
of.
why would you eat an egg?
I don't know. 'Cause
He's into that kind of thing. No, the fact that you eat eggs and said they kind of taste like an ass
That
is a
tastes-
whole other discussion.
But there is a smell to them.
No. I get tuna smells like something. Eggs do not
Let's
smell
not bring
like
your
ass.
mother into this.
I never got like I know people who like grew up on well water.
Oh, it's the
And like that
sulfur.
smell, yeah, like that smell.
It's
like
gross.
Everybody that grew up on it is used to it.
Yeah,
but
they're
like
all
if
dead.
you're not, it is like shocking.
It's
at first.
gross.
When I go to when I was in Florida, I love the taste of that water. I love that sulfur
Oof,
water.
yeah, it took
Really?
me. It takes you a little while to like. Get
But that
used
kind
to
of
it,
smells like
though.
eggs, like nasty eggs.
It
does.
reminded me of hose water. Like it was like getting hose
Really?
water out of the
Oh.
faucet. I loved hose water as a kid.
Well, you had no choice growing up.
No, what are you talking? No, it was like
You
plain.
had to go steal water from the
No, like
neighbors.
as a kid when you're running around, it's like 90 degrees and
Or-
you're just chugging hose water.
Any kid that played sports, you not being one of them.
Yeah.
Right? You lived off the hose water.
That has to take years off your life because you can literally taste the hose in the water.
Yeah.
That's not good, man.
It's probably fine. What, forever plastics in my balls. It's fine. Sorry, kids. No, let me put it this way.
That's it.
If they bottled,
Hose water?
yeah, if they said like,
you know, you could do that yourself. You got a hose, you idiot.
I meant,
Put it in your
dumbass.
Stanley Cup.
I meant, dumbass. If they sold like bottled water that was flavored hose water, I would
Nobody
buy that.
would buy that
I would-
except for poor ass kids.
Any guy that played football, soccer, any outdoor sport, baseball, when they would bring
Like
the horse out.
The tip of it though would have to be metal though to get the real feel.
Yeah, what kind of tip do you
Yeah.
like?
I don't know, one that makes me gag like you apparently, big fan of gagging. You're the only guy I know that doesn't love hose water.
Good. I'm proud of that.
Good, I'm proud.
I had access to actual fresh water in my house.
So going back to the story in Irondequoit, the smelly area around St. Paul, if these people wanted out,
Mhm.
they're in a weird catch-22. This may be the best time in Rochester history to
You
have
got to sell.
sell a smelly home,
Now,
right?
You'll make top bank.
I mean, Kimmy, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
Folks are willing to or think they're willing
You'll look
to.
past a lot. You may not even notice it.
Right.
when
Yeah, you get a
first-
good day.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
So you'd think the people living in this area could still get a good amount for where they live.
They can.
But then they have to turn around and find a new place to go.
Right.
And if people are willing to buy your smelly house because they can't find a place to live, that would make you a little bit nervous about your chances of finding a new home that wasn't smelly.
Now, what are the odds you leave a smelly town to end up in another stank town?
Well, no, but there's other things you would be dealing with.
Well, true.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Or not be able to find a house at all.
I mean, every neighborhood's got some issues to some degree, right?
Yeah, but not ass.
Right. So I'm guessing if you were thinking about getting out, I would definitely get out now if they can't figure this thing out.
Okay.
Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I'm always more of a devil you know kind of guy.
Yeah, but the devil you know ass stuff.
One of the worst.
The devil don't wash his ass.
One of the worst Charlie Daniels songs of all time.
Devil went down and George didn't wash his ass.
That's how you do comedy, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe it just really makes you appreciate the non-smelly days.
Yeah, it sure does.
know?
You got to appreciate them non-stank days.
That sounds like a one of those like wooden signs you buy at like Home
At the mall?
Goods. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alicia writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. We had a very similar situation when I worked in Henrietta. It was a sewage block in the main, and the smells were coming through the sinks.
It was backing up.
The P-traps in the plumbing didn't prevent the smell.
Oh, it was coming up in the house? Ugh.
Yeah. And she also says well water smelled nasty because of the natural sulfur. That's why Duffy has a potty mouth, LOL. Well, I was a fan of Alicia. Till she went with the mom talk. You got a potty mouth. Alicia says you got a potty mouth. This also might shine an issue or shine a light on an issue that's been happening across Monroe County.
What's that?
Well, Kimmy, we've had a lot of smelly stuff where people live that they've
Like
had to deal with.
pockets of smelly.
Yeah, pockets is a perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
I thought that band broke up. Good Christian band.
Pockets of smelly. If I could smell after 40. No. Kimmy.
I want to know what song he was singing.
Everyone knows Jars of Clay.
I was just chiming in.
Which would they would tour and then Pockets of Smelly would open for them. Kimmy, it was Parrington where that landfill story was, right?
I think that's still a thing. I don't know if that problem ever really got solved.
And that's like a high-end neighborhood.
Yes,
where
it
people
is. Very nice.
And people
Yes.
building out that way.
And you brought up the water. There are folks that live on the lakes, bays, the river, where it can get ripe during the summer.
Oh, yeah.
And if you live in the sticks, you can catch a breeze coming off the field. That's a face full of ass.
Oh, yeah, the manure.
Yeah. I mean, that also doesn't factor in all the other industrial stuff. Like Rochester does seem to have a lot of smelly places.
Because if you build out thinking you're not going to be affected, I mean, there's probably not a farm too far away that every now and then you're going to get a whiff of something.
So what are you thinking?
Are we a smelly town?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
got-
why we like the fruity beer in the summertime to cover up the stank. I need some strawberries or some grapefruit to kill my nostrils.
Wait a minute.
So the beer squelches the stank.
Okay,
Summer stank.
I don't know if you're kidding, but
Summer stanking.
maybe you may be onto something.
That isn't. That's not the worst theory.
Yeah.
Like, I know there are a lot of folks that have moved from downstate out of town. Do we have a different smell? Because we would be nose deaf to it.
Yeah, maybe we stink to other communities.
No, seriously. Although if you're coming from New York City, I mean, that's a smelly place, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of different smells.
You would have to come from, like, the middle of nowhere with no manure.
But even, like you said, the middle of nowhere would
Has
have
manure.
something.
Yeah.
Does everyone stink?
But we
Well,
do have a lot of different stink. Like you said, the lake, farms, industry.
I mean, every region of this country that I've been to has some smells to it. The South definitely does.
South is super smelly.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's just the guys living down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not even
And the ladies.
Yeah. Paul writes us on Instagram. He has a question.
What was Paul one?
He asked, what came first, the chicken or the egg? It turns out it was the ass.
Yes. Then the egg.
Daniel writes us on Instagram. Guy I work with had a house built in Pittsford, and he was having a heat pump put in when they drilled down to the bedrock and released a ton of methane. They had to wait for days to empty.
Yeah.
The whole neighborhood stunk, and he had to pretend like he didn't know what the smell was.
God damn.
Man.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
It's like fracking.
Pittsburgh, there's a lot of methane in Pittsburgh.
Really?
Hot air just running out of big old holes, big old useless holes.
Where?
Does the canal ever stink? Like, does the canal have smelly days where you
I
don't
don't
want to
think
walk
so.
along?
I've never smelled a canal.
It is
in a
weird
while.
that it doesn't, though.
Because they drain it and there's all that mucky stuff and it doesn't
Yeah.
smell.
Every canal I've ever dealt with does have its smelly days. I will say that.
Really? Huh?
How did she get it? You did. You are off today, my friend. You and Gloria Steinbeck. Let's take a break. I know you're a guy that doesn't like to get involved.
No.
And even though you would be furious, you think there are lots of things you can just tolerate for the sake of not
Just
looking.
mind your goddamn business.
Kimmy, you know this story. Do you think Tommy would be able to sit for 2 hours without saying a word?
Okay. Yes, only because he's too much of a coward to say anything.
Nope. I'm telling you, this is so annoying.
Listen, he'd be annoyed. He'd hate every second of it, but he would absolutely be applauding in the end.
But I would get up. You think I would get up and be pissed off?
Yes.
He's not saying crap.
I disagree.
Known hider.
The house divided here.
We're going to tell you what Delta allowed on one of their airlines.
They let on?
Yes, for 2 hours. Allowed to happen.
Yeah.
And it's not dirty. It's not a crime. It's not unethical.
I guess it was supposed to be a cute thing.
Yes, but Kimmy.
I would be losing my mind.
You don't even want this from your own kid.
No.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF.
What's the matter?
Oh, my God. Look, man, I want to be clear.
Okay.
This is not a criticism of the child because the child did nothing wrong.
Okay.
The child was invited to do something, and they did something they love, and that's that.
Cute.
How any adult,
Yeah.
let alone adults that are the face of a business, would allow this to happen is mind-blowing.
Went on for quite a while, too.
It couldn't have been the whole time.
You said 2
I
hours.
don't know.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. There is a video that has gone viral from a Delta flight. Now, we don't know where the flight started,
Yeah.
but the flight was en route to Orlando.
Oh, fun.
So any flight with Orlando is going to have families that are headed to Disney World.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what was happening here because the flight was on a 2-hour delay. They were on the plane, and they were on a 2-hour delay. To help pass the time during this 2-hour delay,
Yeah.
the steward and stewardesses allowed a child who looks to be around 7, 8, 9
All right.
to get on the intercom system and sing songs from the Disney film Moana.
Okay.
They did Moana karaoke. The kid.
Yeah, one kid.
One kid on the plane. And it looks like a big-ass plane because it's got the center intercom,
Like a
Kimmy.
big wide body.
Huge-ass wide plane. So the first video that went viral was somebody saying they enjoyed this. Quote, when your Delta flight is delayed 2 hours and you circle Orlando for another 2, but a little girl sings Moana on the crew mic, suddenly everything feels okay.
Okay.
There is a different angle, however, of the same performance who, quote, not us being tired on a delayed flight on Delta when this pulls in and it's the kids singing Moana karaoke.
It's got to be torture.
Okay.
Because any little kid singing after a while has got to be just grating.
Yeah, but they, I mean,
because the adorability wears
it's
off.
cute at first, and then it's like, she's gonna do the whole song. Oh, she got more. Okay. Then it's like, okay, I think we get it now. We're good.
All right.
Yeah.
It says this went on for 2 hours.
2 hours is insane.
Maybe
you can't
on and off.
I mean, you can't tell me this kid had 2 hours straight Moana songs in her. That movie's not even 2 hours.
Well, it may have just been.
May have been other songs too.
She could have just been repeating herself, which would also be annoying.
All right, so we can all agree this would be
Oh,
brutal.
yeah.
Brutal. Okay.
Yeah.
Tommy?
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You are on this plane. You cannot get off this plane. This kid won't stop singing Moana. When are you saying something?
If I'm going to say something eventually. Yeah, an hour in, I'm going to say, look, either you start doubling these up, and I don't want to hear like there's a rule against it, or shut that kid up. Give me a choice, or I'm going to
guy right now.
What?
I don't believe you. I think that's what you want to say. I don't think that's what you will say.
What do you think I will say?
I mean, would he say it in his tough guy voice too? Is the question. Whatever.
Wait, what would it sound like?
Excuse me, miss. This is making my ears hurt a little bit, and I would like it to stop. Thank you. No, I don't think you're saying anything.
2 hours, and plus, by the way, they were in a holding pattern
For 2 hours, it said
flying over Orlando. When's the last time you heard that?
I don't know. I mean, things with the FAA not great right now.
God damn. So think about that. You're stressed because now you're just circling the airport. You keep thinking, how much gas this thing got? And now this kid's doing some stupid song forever.
Yeah. Kimmy?
Yeah.
How far into the 2 hours are you saying
I'm
something?
not saying crap.
You're not saying a
and not
word?
only am I not saying crap, I'm applauding afterwards.
Applauding?
But it's not the kid's fault.
No,
Yeah.
but how come the
I mean,
stewardesses
you
didn't
can't be you can't be a dick about it. Like it is a kid. It's not their fault. Like to Pat's point, I get why the kid is excited to do this.
What
They
about
don't
the
understand
parents?
that it's annoying.
Like
Where are the parents?
I am definitely saying, how is a parent let that go on for 2 hours?
I don't have to deal with my kid for 2 hours. Go ahead, sing all you want. I got to hear this at home. Why am I the only one that's got to be subjected to this?
All right.
So there's a couple things you have to consider, Mr. Tough Guy, when you say you would stand up and say something. One, you would be devastating a child. Like that kid, and they're on their way to Disney at like 8 or 9. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to them.
Absolutely.
So you're starting that trip off. That kid will never forget that moment of being embarrassed like that when they were asked to stand up and do this. But potentially the more dangerous factor.
What's that?
That kid's got parents.
Yeah.
And you're stuck on a metal tube. And you have to get somewhere.
Yeah.
If you say something about the kid, there is no doubt in my mind that you are at minimum in a verbal spat with these parents.
Okay.
It's also possible it gets physical.
Maybe it gets physical, then we land quicker. They get me to the air marshals. So at least I got us down finally.
Okay, so it's 2 and 2. So it's 2-hour delay plus the 2-hour holding.
Wait, 4 hours?
Now, I don't know if the kid did this the whole 4 hours.
Oh, my God.
The holding pattern, you're probably not going to let the kid get up
Yeah.
and sing a song. Right. That's,
I don't know.
I didn't know this was actually a thing to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, my biggest fear, outside of obviously devastating a child, would if I did run my big mouth, here comes Dad. What did you say about my kid? She's a princess. She's a princess. Don't talk about her like that. Like, I don't want to get in a fist fight on a plane, get taken off
know
it.
your kids. I mean, you got to have some wherewithal to know when your kid is just being publicly annoying. Like, this is not fun for anybody. I get it, it's your kid, but nobody cares about your kid as much as you do.
Yeah, but I don't know if you see it that way when it's your kid.
No, but after 2 hours,
you would only have to see like one or two people like smiling and clapping along to validate it. I think for most people,
I figure
and
those
then
people are
they're
lunatics. They're off their meds. Hey, you got to be so tone deaf that no, this is not annoying.
Come on, man. Like, we all know people who have kids that do activities, and the kids are terrible at those activities, but they, look at how great my kid is. I do think that you go blind to your kid's
You
talent.
must. You must.
You're like, oh, look, she's performing.
Because 99% of kids aren't entertaining.
Those are Italian kids, too. 99%.
99%. Can we agree with that? The 1% of children are actually entertaining.
No, that's a low number. I'd give it 10% of kids are actually
You think 10% of little kids actually could entertain you?
Yeah, 10%.
Like beyond 2 seconds of telling you a rhyme.
Were you entertained by rhymes? I
Well,
guess
whatever.
you are. The way you speak, you are entertained by rhymes.
Yes.
Like when he gets one by accident, he gets so excited. His eyes light up. No, I would say 10%. 1 in 10 of every kid.
Yeah, I say it's 1%.
Okay.
Look at people.
Look at people.
Look at the people that produce this kid.
Have you thought about look at people?
I do wonder if, because you're obviously maybe annoying the people without children. 'Cause
Yeah.
they're like, well, I didn't sign up for this.
The me's.
But who you're really gonna annoy are the other people with kids that don't know why their kid didn't get picked.
Ooh, to make the cut.
Because there's also that factor too, and those parents aren't gonna be happy about it.
Yeah, at that age, I would have been jealous of that kid because I
Yeah.
got great jokes I could have done. I mean, I was already doing stand-up at that age. 3rd place in the Washington Irving Talent Show.
Look
in
at that,
4th grade.
come on.
I'm just saying. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this story. Went viral over the weekend. It's a flight. We don't know where it originated from, but it's on its way to Orlando.
He's on his way to hell.
You would assume this family is going to Disney. On a 2-hour delay, they allowed a little girl, looks like 7, 8, 9 years old, to get on the intercom system and sing Moana karaoke. It says it happened for over 2 hours. And Tommy says he's not going to stand for it. He's going to say something. I'm going to stand up and say something. You would be the hero of half that plate, 3/4 of that plate if you did say something.
You take the bullet for the rest of the crew.
You also would have no one support you.
No, nobody's gonna stand
Openly.
behind you.
Openly. But inside, they'd be with you.
Okay, but that doesn't help you in a situation if it gets
You
dicey.
also run the risk of getting kicked off if things go poorly.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to end up going anywhere.
Yeah. God, that would piss me off. And then you got to. Here's the worst part.
What?
I bet you at the end of the flight, she stood there like hoping everybody said how
Well,
adorable
that's what I
she
mean.
was.
Like, I think as soon as she was done singing, everybody's like, "Yay!"
No, but
thank
like
you."
at the exit, they let her sit in with the goodbyes.
I love how he's making
taking
things
it
up.
one step further.
She's handing out peanuts at one
Oh,
point.
yeah.
You want your peanuts? I'm going to sing a song for you. Jake writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. The plane is in a holding pattern. They are burning off fuel. The question is why? I don't care, man. I'm more worried about the Moana karaoke.
You ain't kidding.
Like, I'll be like, there had to be some of those people in that plane that were just like, if this thing went down, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No, but that's the last thing you hear before you hit
good point.
Orlando at
That's how
600
you want it
miles
to
an hour.
end.
Yeah, it's also a very valid point here. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Stacy. Stacy says, you guys are just being mean. She's performing her heart out. Let her enjoy herself and enjoy the joy of a child.
Okay, that's your kid and that's your job, not mine.
Well, this isn't Stacy's kid. I mean,
That's I'm saying. Like, that's a valid argument for parents and relatives, not for me in seat 16A.
all right, let me ask you a question to the point here in this Facebook message. If this brings a child joy, even if it's terrible, does seeing a child have joy bring you joy?
To a point, not 2 hours.
So no. So the answer is no. No, bro, because if this went 30 seconds, the second she opened her mouth, you'd be out of your mind. Don't sit here and pretend like, I get Moana karaoke from a 7. Yes, you go, girl. I am a rich man.
Like, the parents should have stood up at some point and said, all right, it's enough.
No, I got it. They didn't. I mean, it's what it is. Kimmy, does joy from a child bring you joy?
Yes, it's adorable. It helps.
No.
It helps. It helps, cool down the situation that the kid just isn't being a total brat about it, I guess.
So wait a minute. If the kid was being a brat,
Oh, you're going to be even more pissed.
But the kid is a brat. It's singing for 2 hours. That's a brat-ass kid.
No, any kid is going to stand up there and sing if they love the movie or love the song.
2
know the
hours
song.
straight. That's a brat.
Probably do it at home all the time.
all right, I will say this. I'm watching the video.
Yeah.
She is holding the phone thing to her mouth.
All right, cute.
She I know we all have an image in our head of what this girl is looking like. She does not look confident.
No, she looks a little nervous.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just you're singing to a plane full of people.
Jesus, you don't even want to do it?
Well, she probably does, but
At least get up there and sell it, kid.
You can be shy in stage
For
fright.
2 hours?
No, I think a lot of people have the idea she was like a Broadway
Performer.
kid.
Yeah.
She doesn't. It
A
doesn't.
very precocious kid. That's what I was thinking. Like a Shirley Temple type.
no, she's just singing. She's not even really looking at anybody. She's kind of looking into the phone.
Yeah, she won't even make eye contact with anybody.
Yeah.
So again, that makes me feel even
What
worse.
is she, Jeff Beck? Turns her back to the audience? At least sell it, kid. That's a relevant joke on this station. He's on many songs.
Jeff Beck.
These are many songs.
He's a many
songs.
songs. 99%. I don't care the talent. It's no good.
No, there's a reason why nobody made an issue out of this until after everybody got off. The
Which
flight.
can we talk about that too? That makes you even more of a dick. You put the video out there for the universe to see. It's gotten over 4 million views, right?
Yeah.
There's hundreds.
We wouldn't have known it happened had these people not put it out there.
There's tens of thousands of comments.
Yeah.
To not say something in the moment is admirable. To do it afterwards and then say this sucks makes
Thank God that's over.
you're an even worse human being.
All right, so it was flying to Orlando. So Orlando, because it's such a heavy tourist town, has what they call turnover weekends.
Okay.
Like people come down for a certain time, they split the next weekend. So let's say you're on one of those turnaround weekends, and you're obviously going to get that same flight home.
Oh.
And you see that family getting on the flight.
Oh.
You got to be dying.
You hope there's no delay.
I don't want to hear her little voice for 2 hours.
You're a monster.
Not a monster.
I don't want to hear her voice.
You just did psychological warfare on me for 2 hours.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call before we move on. Tim's got the last word. Hey, Timmy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Hey, good, Chippy. You're doing really good.
I was just wondering how your guys' opinion would change if it was an adult singing for 2 hours, not a kid.
I'll tell that person
Well,
to
remember
shut up
there
right
was
away.
the guy that
What if it's
picked up
Timmy?
the
It's a small
saxophone?
world after all.
One of my favorite Moana.
It's a small world after all. Don't look at me. I'm Jeff Beck.
Wasn't there a story about a guy that started playing the saxophone during
That
a
was
flight
Kenny
delay?
G.
No, it wasn't.
Remember
Did
we
he
had
do
Kenny
it too?
G? He went up and down the aisle?
No, this was just like a musician, I think, on the flight.
They asked him to play,
Yeah.
and everyone was like, oh.
Yeah, but I like the sax. That's like jazz.
Bro, you're assuming.
That would annoy me more than the singing, I think.
All right, Tim, would you tell an adult to shut up if they were singing into an intercom?
Definitely more likely than a child, probably.
so the answer is
It also
no.
depends on the talent of singing. Like, if it's enjoyable singing, I guess it wouldn't be that bad, but
I like enjoyable
songs is probably not that great.
Hey, Tim, thanks for the call, buddy. He only buys tickets to concerts with enjoyable singing. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF.
it.
Usually
You got to make a funny voice.
The rapperoo.
You got to make rapperoo.
No rapper.
All right, don't smugly sit in a chair because I got pulled away for something I could not control.
What do you want me to do?
Well, no,
you,
I
you
saw.
walk
no,
up
here's
because
the
there's
thing.
food in the room.
Okay, I had to go get the pizza. Look, I'm big boss man now, running the content
Yeah, I know.
meetings. It was
Leader in the hallways.
Big boss man.
Pizza in the hallways.
Look, it's not me saying it. Many people are calling me big boss man.
Okay.
Including in emails.
Right.
So show respect. And I walk around the corner. Like I appreciate you getting into the break.
Well, that's what you had to do.
No,
She has to
thank
do
you.
the other part.
No, thank you.
I mean, you caught us pretty early there.
I got it.
I didn't even get my old rapperoo in.
Tommy is smugly. He saw me come around the corner. He smugly puts his chin up. Like, look what I'm doing for the first time in my life. Running a show.
I ran the show when we had cancer. Partially.
And that's as soon as the numbers started plummeting.
I think that's what gave him cancer. Working next to me.
No, it's been a day this morning
What?
trying to find food because all right. So,
Well, you kind of forgot about it.
well, okay, I didn't forget about anything. Well, I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah.
All of the morning shows in the building.
Yeah.
We get together for these morning show content meetings.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and we talk about what's going on in our lives.
Kick around ideas.
Yeah, you got it. It's
Right.
really fun and we have a good time.
I
And
love
then
them.
Danger used to run these things
Yeah.
for us, but he's taken on more responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
He does important stuff now.
He's moving up the chain.
So they asked me to do it, and I was like, I don't want to make it look like I'm like being the boss, but like I'll just like sit in the meeting, and they're like, okay, and now it's become like a real thing
Yeah.
where like we had to find a way to get pizza here. And
Yeah,
Why do
like,
you need pizza?
It kind of makes
I
sense.
promised
Like
food.
appreciate like the people that normally take care of those things.
Yeah.
Because like I guess we really take that for granted after searching for pizza all morning.
Yeah, thanks to our good friends over at Salvatore's Donuts Delight there at Culver.
Nice.
They were the one place that were like, oh yeah,
We're
no
like, wait,
problem.
I got a buddy
Should
over
have done this
there.
ahead of time.
Should have told me. I could have thrown his name around.
You have no buddies.
This guy would be my buddy. Did you pay for the pizza yourself?
Yes.
So you're going to ask everybody to chip in
No.
at your meeting?
No, I'm not going to ask everybody to chip in.
That's nice of you. Because pizza's pretty expensive.
With our good friends at Salvatore's.
All right.
And donuts.
All right. And donuts. Wow.
Yes, I also had to order donuts. But we only got 6 donuts and there's 8 people, so we're going to see how this goes.
King Chins.
I wasn't planning on getting donuts. The donuts just came. Donuts showed up.
All right.
They're like, I was like, I'd like to get pizza delivered. They're like, well, you have to get donuts. I was like, okay, just give me the minimum amount of donuts I need to make this transaction happen, please. So we got breakfast pizza waiting
All right,
for us.
have fun.
And you get none
Why?
because you're not coming to the meeting.
I don't.
Yeah. And nobody
Yeah,
wants
you're
your.
not coming to the meeting that our own team member here is throwing.
Oh,
I'm
so you don't
surprised
want
you're
me.
not going just to boo him in the back of the room.
Oh, you never thought about it that way. Where's the other donut?
All right, we got to get out of the way because Big Boss Man's got a meeting to get to.
Okay.
Tomorrow's Tuesday. You know what that means?
What's Kimmy doing with them donuts in the hood?
Eating them.
Oh, okay.
And she's also going to post in the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud just after 9 o'clock. We are going to figure out where they whining tomorrow here and a whole bunch more in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's about to go full donut pizza goblin mode.
What's new?
Yeah, I don't know where to start. See what I'm feeling.
She's always on high donut alert. DEFCON donut.
For Tommy Muley, who's not eating a donut in.
Oh, God. It's got to be 20 years. I can't. I got to watch the sugar.
Gotta watch the sugar. Oh.
I got the high sugar.
Is that you coughing? Maybe sugar will help you out here. Are you dying right now?
Maybe you could use a donut.
I don't know why I'm coughing. Help me. See what Jesus does to your lungs when you make fun of your buddy, Big Boss Man? Big Boss Man buddy? My name's Pat Duffy. We'll get out of here before he dies on the camera.
Take me now.
We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.